Well, I don't think I'm forgetting anything. So here we go, I guess. Okay, so the first thing is we're gonna have to get the EVC2 set up. Where is it? MP68, 22, 24. If I remember correctly, it should just be 22. That's active. Or, well, 22 that we care about. Ah, yes, the eternal struggle of my live streams where there simply is not enough pixels to fit everything. Let's see. Okay, that did... Okay, yeah, so that is the correct one. I think it was 05. And then 54.68. Man, why is it that whenever I try to grab a Sharpie, I don't... There's the black one. Okay. What? Why would I do the BIOS thing? My card already doesn't have a power limit. So... Anyway, kind of one thing I want to experiment with is trying to fine-tune the load line. So I guess we'll start with that. I don't really have much of a plan. The hell times pi? Is it because I have might be okay, well, 3D Mark is being stupid, so I guess we'll just restart the system and hope for the... Oh. Yeah, I guess I should have checked that before the stream. Well, that's why I usually don't bother having the test benches hooked up to the internet. I have a problem with a 13700 KF. Well, it's an Intel CPU, so what did you expect? Can't maintain 5.3. Yeah, why would it maintain 5.3 at stock settings? Like, I'm pretty sure the boost clock is up to, not, you know, like, depending on what you're running, it's not going to run 5.3. I don't, like, off the top of my head, I don't remember the spec for a 13700 KF, but... Yeah, the absolute max boost is 5.4, and that's like the Turbo Boost 3.0 thing. I don't think that chip is supposed to do 5.3 all-core. But, you know, Intel's... I mean, AMD's specs are equally useless. They don't tell you what the, like, expected all-core frequency is either, but, like, yeah. It's XFX Swift OC 9070. Though, with all the modifications I've done to it, that is basically not relevant. Well, I guess the cooler is still the same. So let's see if TimeSpy decides to work this time. Okay. It's dropping all P cores to 4.9. I think for all core load, that sounds about right. Yeah, so... Okay, how am I going to deal with this? I guess I'm going to put this over the top of the EVC2 because we don't actually care about watching that right now. Yeah, this ain't working. Okay, let's shove this over here. Yeah, we don't actually need anything else visible. We just need the VRM settings. And actually, we don't even need all of them. We just need up to load line. There we go. Air cooled. Yeah, well, the whole point of Intel's microcode update was to get the CPUs to stop killing themselves from boosting too much. No, this is an XFX Swift OC card. You know what? I guess I should have put some system specs up on screen. Yeah. Because this was the card that cost the least money and had the biggest heatsink, or at least had the heaviest box. Which I'm assuming translates into biggest heatsink. Should I maybe undervolt drop clocks to 5? You do realize that 5 is going to perform exactly the same as 4.9. Okay. So one thing that's been kind of bugging me with this card is like sometimes it scores a bit low and sometimes it scores a bit high. But that might just be TimeSpy doing TimeSpy things. Anyway, so my idea for trying to tune the load line was that I would actually just do it while the card is running. Because that seems like the most convenient way of doing things, is we'll just immediately see what's happening, and the AMD drivers are being extremely cooperative. You know, as much as everybody hated the really, really old, like, the Catalyst Control Center drivers, at least the UI didn't take, like, forever to load. Oh, we don't need that. Actually, I wonder, do I want to tune it by score, or... I guess we'll try both. Thing is, I'm not sure that that's going to be that reliable. So, on the stock power limit range, I maxed out at a little over 30,000 points, and if you disable the power limit, it maxes out at a little over 31,000 points. So that's not exactly a huge improvement. How much better than... I mean, recently I've heard that the Nvidia drivers are horrendous, but my daily system doesn't really get, I don't really update my drivers very often if I can avoid it. So, yeah, I have no idea what drivers my daily system is on right now. Or custom VBIOS? So far there isn't even a public software flashing tool. No, I didn't flash the XT BIOS. Also, the XT BIOS doesn't turn the card into an XT, it just lifts the power and voltage limits. Is this XT? No, it's not flashed. Okay, so 28.861. And so the issue, well, I guess we'll try it and then we'll see if I'm happy with how that's behaving or not. So let's see, we're gonna go to, it starts at 54.68. Let's see, 75. That is going to be probably a hell of a lot more V-droop. This is probably going to tank the score. It might even crash. Because we'll see. That is very interesting. So the driver... I think the driver basically mostly just compensated for the V-droop that I just added. Because previously it would be running like just around a volt, and now it's running like 0.98. Which is basically the same voltage. Which I was thinking like, oh, it's going to be down like 50 millivolts or something. So actually we're probably way... It's going to score higher, I bet. Because I think we're probably way up the frequency curve at this point. Also, the peak-to-peak is, like, way better. Though the voltage is a bit lower, so that's kind of messing with that result. Also, we're starting really low. Also, what is up with that? That is super weird. Really not sure why that would be happening. No, we'll see. Either this is going to tank the score or it's going to be fine. I'm really not sure. I think I might just leave it like this for now, and then we'll see where like how it behaves, and then I'll try tune it with like a different load line slope as well. Because this seemingly has way better voltage regulation, which if there's no like performance downsides to it, I would much rather run like this than the more stock S configuration. Oh, so that actually did tank the score. So I guess that was micro throttling that we were seeing on the scope with the random upward spikes. Okay. I'm gonna try like compensate for the V droop with a bunch of extra core voltage. So now we should see like 1.05-ish volts. Okay. Well, the peak to peak is back to where it was before. So evidently that was pointless. Or, well, actually, now I think I'm gonna, yeah, I think I'm gonna actually test like different load line combinations. Oh, that the power reading is full system power draw. It's not just the GPU. Also, this isn't even that high. I've already had this system all the way up to like over 600. So we're at least like 100 watts away from max score. I guess I should add a label for that. Uh... Kind of looks like that micro throttling is still going on. Maybe a little bit. Okay, 29,500 points. So the wacky thing with most modern AMD GPUs is that the scores go up as you just add voltage to them. So if we run it like this, it's going to score better. Oh, and then you can mess with the curve offset on top of that, and then it scores even better. What is this? No, stock BIOS just disabled power limit and EVC2 hooked up. I think the voltage regulation might actually be better with the extra V droop. But we'll see. Because this is one thing I want to test is is there like an optimal V droop for getting the highest score out of the card? Okay, so now GT2 is running properly compared to last time. Also, I guess that means the different little, any like spikes in the sustained load part of the workload is actually indicative of instability, or well, I guess the micro throttling might just be a instability countermeasure. Not sure. Well, we're currently 60 millivolts above stock, so yeah, we're not undervolting this thing. What is the core temp? I don't know. Probably very high. Well, it depends if you're talking edge temperature or a hotspot, but like hotspot is going to be really high. Okay, so that's 29,912. Let's throw a memory overclock on it. What? That's the Elmore Labs EVC2 software. And I have an Elmore Labs EVC2 hooked up to the card, obviously. Do you think every game would be stable with this OC? Actually, yes. With this, yes, because it's not undervolted at all. Once you start messing with the curve offset slider in the driver, that's when you start running into like, oh, it's going to be unstable. My goal is to hit 33,000 points on the GPU score. So far, I've had this card hit up to 32,895. So I'm really close. And that was like in pre-testing, so that wasn't in a video or anything. That was just me messing with the card. Kinda almost ruined the live stream, because it was like... Because like, just like, if I actually reach the goal, then I don't know. I mean, I guess the option is always to try push for 34,000 points as well. What is stock? Around 27,000. So I swear the undervolting slider actually gives you slightly different results from reboot to reboot. At least it kind of feels like that to me. Like, so sometimes it seems like the card is like boosting less for no apparent reason. XT BIOS, if your hardware, like if you use an Elmore, like the one thing the XT BIOS will do that disabling the power limit in hardware doesn't, is the XT BIOS has higher operating voltages. Because the XT out of the box, I think, goes all the way up to like 1.05-ish volts, whereas the 9070 sits at like 1 volt, even if you have no power limit. And that makes a big difference. That last 50 millivolts. You wouldn't think it does, but it does. Okay, so that's an easy over 30,000. So you know what? Now I am gonna smash the... Okay, we're not gonna go that high because that is actually unbearable. I might open a window, and also I'm gonna pull up hardware info at this point because I do kind of want to know what temperatures we're hitting. So I think just going minus... Well, so the funny thing is once you mix in external voltage control, the offset slider starts being a bit weird. So we're gonna go a little bit slowly here. So we're gonna start with minus 50. Because like what I run into in like pre-testing is like if you don't mod the card at all, it'll go to like minus 150. Mine will. And then if you start adding voltage to it, it'll actually crash at minus 150. Which I think what ends up happening is that the extra voltage makes the card boost too much for the undervolt. Like for the... I don't like calling it an undervolt because it doesn't actually change the operating voltage very much at all. It mainly just shifts the frequency curve around. So I don't like... Like, when somebody tells me that they've undervolted something, I expect the operating voltage to be lower. Okay? By more than, like, 10 millivolts. So, I would prefer if it was called, like, negative... yeah, like, it should just be called, like, voltage... Like, frequency curve offset. Because that's what it does, is basically it takes the frequency curve and shifts it down the voltage range. Do you provide OC services? No, because I don't want to deal with people. Also, I'm kind of the opinion of like if you don't want to overclock your system yourself, you probably shouldn't have an overclocked system. Hey, we reached 600 watts. I did kind of consider hooking up some kind of power monitoring specifically for the GPU, but it's not that convenient. So, here we are. Do people actually pay money to have their system destabilized by randoms on the internet? Yes. I mean, that's not like... There are technically some people who sell overclocking services that aren't completely clueless or scammers. But... yeah, they're kind of the exception. Okay, so 31,000, that's nothing. Max hotspot temperature was just 90 degrees Celsius. Man, I got a really good mount then, I guess. Because, yeah, I thought it would have been over 100 for that run. Okay, minus 100. Here we go. What I find really annoying with these cards is how you can very clearly see on the oscilloscope that they don't start the benchmark at full tilt. Which is, I guess, a little bit better than what the Vega cards did, where they would start like way above max stable frequency, and so you'd crash drawing the like second frame. But on the flip side is like now you have like a couple milliseconds of the benchmark where the card isn't, running at full speed. So there's like, actually, it's not even a few milliseconds. It's like, I don't know, like there's like a couple hundred frames that get rendered slower than they should be because the card isn't at full boost yet. But then, like, the alternative was the Vega setup where like it goes to full boost and then it crashes in the first 3 frames. Oh, I should also point out that my card at this point has a lot more capacitors on it than it did from the factory. It's not like I could go like there's still space for more. I ran out of capacitors. And I'm not really like I don't really feel like buying a bunch of new ones right now. Mostly because I don't feel like waiting for them to ship rather than like the cost or anything. I'm on fast timings right now. Like my priority right now isn't about like stability. I'm mainly looking for max score. Also, the card is already managing to heat the room up, so I'm gonna go open a window. That is actually one of the reasons why I decided to stream at like 2 a.m. is free air cooling. Because at least at night it is still pretty cold here in the UK. Not like sub-zero cold, but like decently cold. Thanks for the $5. Yeah, unfortunately, well, that's the other thing is my electricity at night is a lot cheaper. So, but yeah, still thanks. Now, how do I want to go about this? I guess, so what's funny is the core temperature is now actually higher, though that might just be because of the room temperature getting kind of uncomfortable. BIOS mod for the XT? I doubt it. Like, AMD was locking down BIOS modding already on the Vega cards. And since then, it's just gotten worse as far as I'm aware. What? No, Vega was horrible. I'd say the 5700, I think the 5700 XT actually did kind of support BIOS modding. But Vega didn't. Like, if you tried to if you tried to change the version string on a Vega card, the card doesn't post. I wouldn't consider putting a 9070 XT BIOS on a 9070 a BIOS mod because you're taking a factory BIOS and putting it on a different card. That's not really a modified BIOS. When somebody says BIOS mod to me, I think modified BIOS, not factory BIOS shoved onto the wrong card. Because like there's very like I don't really think there's ever been GPUs that specifically check against that. Like you can put freaking like you can take AMD like server cards and you can cross flash them and it doesn't cause issues in my experience. I have like one of those like full passive accelerator cards, and I have it flashed to a Fire Pro BIOS, and it works. I mean, I think the display outputs are a bit weird, but like it works. It also overclocks, which is kind of funny. Um, but that's like a pretty old card. Um, oh man, we're all the way up at 640 watts. That is admittedly, like, the thing is, it's like, yeah, that's full system power draw, but most of that is the GPU. 94C, okay. Also, if we look at the... Yeah, so total graphics power, according to hardware info right now, is 339 watts. But that's the power reading from the like VRM controller, so that's probably a little bit low. So yeah, the GPU is probably pulling like, because that's not going to include a bunch of the minor power rails, right? And the like if you look at my total board power reading, you can see that like doesn't go anywhere, right? So yeah, and that's because of the power mod that I have on there. So um yeah. So the GPU, like, we're still not pushing that much power through it, in my opinion, which, yeah, like, I guess is reflected in the GPU core temperatures. So, that was minus 135. Guess let's try minus 155. That should still work, probably. And then I'm going to pull the slider back up again, and then we're going to give it even more core voltage. I really, really want to get past 33,000 points. Actually, ideally, what I'd want to do is beat the highest 9070 XT score on hardware bot right now, because it's not that high, at least as far as the GPU score goes. Oh, wait, no, the GPU score's way higher. Oh, damn. Yeah, okay. So the score I was aiming for is this one. Because I think I can probably catch that, maybe. But this, yeah, I don't think I'm catching that. I kind of almost want to buy one of the 9070 XTs with the 12 volt high power connector just so that I can have a card where I have an on-off switch for the power limit. Technically, I could do that with this card too, but it needs to be like a multi-channel dip switch and there's no space on the PCB. Which is really annoying. Because like the one restriction I have with like that I've like given myself with modding this card is I don't want any modifications that are taller than the back plate. Like if I can't fit it under the back plate, it doesn't go on the card. Which is kind of a silly restriction, but it's just like yeah, like I don't want the card to be like 4 slots thick. So because maybe I would like to use it in a system someday. And if it was like 4 slots thick, that would be kind of counterproductive to that. 32,555. Yeah, so that didn't really do much, unsurprisingly. I'm gonna put it back to minus 140, and we're gonna give it a couple more millivolts like 20 more millivolts. That was going to be really thirsty. And if you notch the backplate, I don't really have power tools. I do have a bunch of like extra tall standoffs, but even that, like dip switches are big. One thing I'm kind of annoyed about is I added like a whole bunch of capacitance directly behind the core, and as far as I can tell, it made absolutely zero difference. Even though like basically the card went through like 2 rounds of cap modding, and the first round was very successful. That lowered the peak to peak by like 60 millivolts, and it's like, okay, that's actually pretty decent. And then I was like, you know what? I want more. I'm going to put the capacitors directly behind the core. And yeah, that didn't achieve much of anything as far as I can tell. Like, I still need to do... Like, I plan to take those capacitors off and then have, like, another measurement to see, like, hey, did it actually really not make any difference? But I'm pretty sure it, like, didn't make any difference, which is kind of... Like, I find that a little bit surprising. Maybe I didn't solder it into place very well. Because, like, it's a lot of capacitance that I added. And, yeah, like, with the way the capacitors behind the core are actually arranged, I have some very elaborate ideas for how I could have gone about adding capacitors directly behind the core. But, I don't want to commit to them because they're kind of a pain in terms of, just, like, component requirements. Starting the fund for the 9070 XT. If I'm going to buy one, it's probably going to be the ASRock Taichi, not the Nitro. The Taichi, like, from a modding perspective, the Taichi has a lot more space. Though, as far as, like, a daily card goes, I prefer the Nitro. Man, like, I've been, like, so for the last couple days, I was struggling with recording the PCB breakdown for the 9070 XT Taichi. And then I was like, oh, and you know what, screw it. Instead, I'll make a video about how to do the, like how to physically disable the power limit on the 9070 PCBs. And yeah, that didn't go any better either. It's just like, because I'll start a video and I'll get like 5 minutes into it, and then I'll just randomly like go like, oh yeah, this is kind of like how Nvidia GPUs do something, and it's just like, could you not stay on topic for like 10 fucking minutes? And I even like, early on I started with like, oh, I'm going to explain how the modification works. And then I realized that if I start with the explanation of how the mod works, the video ends up being really long. So I'm like, okay, no, we're going to start with what the modification is. And it's just like, I am not like good at this whole like video thing. Like, I just don't get it. Like, what order should things be presented in? What things are relevant to the topic at hand? No idea. Because, like, for me, the process of, like, modding the card was, like, find the relevant components, because I don't have schematics. So I was like, well, should I talk about that? But that's going to make the video, like, another 5 minutes longer. And so, like, I started with, like, a 10-minute take that I didn't like because I got distracted. That eventually grew to 13 minutes. Then I managed to knock it down to 9. And then it ended up at 22, and I'm just like, man... Like, I don't get it. And this is why I also tell people that, like, me editing wouldn't actually fix anything, because I would just sit there with the editing software, shuffling things around for, like, 3 days. and then deciding to throw it all out anyway. No, but like I will literally if I write a script, I will find issues with the script as I'm reading it. Like basically you just need somebody who's more decisive, like who's able to make a decision and commit to it, which I'm just not. Right? Like if I had unlimited, like my ideal way of video production would be to make like 5 different versions of the video and then release all of them, and whichever one is the most popular is the one that doesn't get deleted. But that's not practical. Because that would be scientifically sound. You know, you make 5 videos and whichever one is best, that's the one that we keep. But I can't judge what is a good video because I don't get it. I guess we're just going to have to give it 10 more millivolts. Core temperature has still not gone above 100 C. That's impressive. I don't think the card is pulling 450 or, well, I guess it might. Well, no, so the thing is that's total system power at the wall, so, you know, you need to subtract like 50 watts for the power supply, actually like 60. Just make content that you enjoy. Yeah, but I like having money to buy graphics cards. The recent what was it, batch of videos about like Nvidia's crappy power connector being still crappy has I guess what's the term, has made me realize that making money, like having more money is pretty good for buying more GPUs. And getting views makes money. Oh man, we're almost at 700 watts for the system. Oh, wait, we might actually hit that. Oh boy. I have the fans cranked. It's not straight 140. I also increased the V-droop from 55-ish% to 75%. So it's not actually like a straight plus 140 millivolts. It's more like plus 7. Okay, no, it's not like plus 70, but it's like plus 100 or something. It's not like the full 140 because there's a bunch of extra V-droop mixed in. Because when in pre-testing, what I noticed was like the peak to peak was getting really, like this was getting kind of ridiculous. And so I decided like, okay, you know what, I want to try some different load line slopes to see if there's like some load line setting that like maybe clocks better. But we might also try like lowering the load line slope to see if like the card like boosts more or something. Because that is a thing on certain modern silicon, is that like Nvidia GPUs don't actually have V-droop, for example. And they just sort of use that for max boost. Okay, we gotta break 33,000 points at this point, right? Assuming it doesn't crash. Why they don't use the CPU 8 pin? Yeah, I don't get that either. Like, the CPU 8 pin is probably older. Like, I tried Googling this and I couldn't find like a solid confirmation, but I think the CPU 8 pin is older than the 6 pin. So it's like, why didn't they just use that from the start? And my guess is that like the GPU power connector had to be in like, I'm pretty sure that the original 6 pin is designed by Nvidia. Right? Because Nvidia was always kind of the big GPU company. And so it has a bunch of like sense pins built into it. Right? Which just makes it kind of like it just lowers the power capabilities of the connector for no good reason. This gotta get over 33K, right? What I do find kind of nice with the card is that it doesn't tend to crash like far into a test. It tends to crash right at the start if you set the offset too low. Also, adding the extra capacitors does seem to make the card undervolt. Like without any of the other modifications, the offset slider goes a little bit lower by like 15 millivolts ish. So the better PCBs from like Sapphire and ASRock and Asus, I mean, it's not really worth it from a gaming perspective, but it like for overclocking, it does seem to help a little bit. $33,000? Hey! You might like Doom the Dark Ages. It's like a freaking melee FPS game, which is not my thing. Like I watched some trailer for it or something, and I was like, yep, this I am not bothering with. Anyway, let's try 10 more millivolts. At this point, the GPU... So the core power is reporting 297 watts and 287 amps. Yep. And total graphics power, according to hardware info, is 361 watts. So I think at this point the GPU is pulling well past 400. Anyway, let's run again. Because like that's the funny thing with AMD GPUs since the like 5700 XT is if you give them more core voltage, they literally just boost higher on their own. So like plus 10 millivolts on the like over here, like that actually boosts the score. Like I don't need to touch any kind of clock settings, it just more score. I'm kind of wondering if like if I push the voltage too far, will it start scoring worse or will it like just crash? Because that is a thing with a lot of modern silicon is if like with Ryzen CPUs it's super easy to experience this is if you set the core voltage too high, the stability just goes to hell. But I'm like not sure if the GPU has like built-in throttling mechanisms that'll counteract that faster than it crashes. We're starting to see something that looks vaguely like power management. in the waveform. Like, you can kind of see that, like, the voltage waveform is not, like, it's moving around a lot. And I don't mean here at the start of the test, but, like, throughout the test. Yeah, like, you can see how it has, like, occasionally there's, like, a wave to it. That might just be variations in the workload itself, though. Because, yeah, GT2, like, Time Spy is not, like, super... Actually, none of the 3D marks are super consistent. Like, Firestrike has one specific point in it, which is, like, super heavy in GT1. Yeah, so it doesn't really look like anything. Oh, that's 2 milliseconds. You know what? 2 milliseconds looks more interesting. Highest score so far, 33,011 points. And now we should be at 33,110 points. Core temperature is still under 100 degrees. Man, this heatsink, I mean, considering that I bought this card based on the fact that, like, when I was checking, like, my options were the Sapphire Pulse or this thing, right? Because this was, like, pretty close to launch week. Like, this was around launch week when I was buying the card. And, actually, it was launch week, I think, or, like, the next week. Well, either way, there was two options. I could buy a Sapphire Pulse for 600 quid, or I could buy this thing for 600 quid. So I put the Sapphire Pulse card, because I'm kind of a Sapphire fanboy. I put the Sapphire card in the cart, and then I noticed that the cart at the store that I was buying it from showed the box weight. And so then and the Sapphire card, like, the weight that was listed in the card was a little bit on the low side, so I was like, I wonder if this XFX3 fan card is, like, heavier. And it was, like, way heavier. And then I'm like, it probably has more heatsink on it. I'm buying the one that's heavier. Evidently, that was the right choice. Don't need GPU reviews, you just need box weight. Heaviest card, best cooler. Okay, I'm not sure what I want to do next. More? I guess more. $7,900X or 17? I think with tuned memory, the 7900X is going to just be universally better than the Ryzen 7900X than the X299 one. Because, like, X299, even if you do a bunch of, like, memory tuning and stuff, it still kind of just loses to, like, mainstream Intel CPUs for gaming. Not by much, but it just kind of does. And it's never going to clock as high. Any coil whine? No, actually this card is really quiet as far as, like, coil whine and just whine in general goes. I mean, the heatsink isn't right now because I've got the fan speed cranked. But yeah, like, the PCB itself doesn't really make any noises, which is kind of surprising. Because I feel like most modern GPUs I've had coil whine. Candle wax is a interesting way of dealing with it. Using old Intel names? Yeah, I'm also not a fan. Like, there's so many numbers. And you gotta, like, why can't you just use... And you know what? It would have been really nice if they had maintained the, like, 1950, because the 1950X was 16 core, 1920X was 12 core, right? So it's like, I feel like they should have just kept that convention. Where, so it would be like the 79, though even that would just overlap with the 7920X i7 as well. So actually, no, it's the i9 7920X. But yeah, so that's really stupid. It's like there's so many numbers. Oh, and with motherboards, the chipsets are just a disaster. Like, I think there's now a couple chipsets that are like the exact same numbers from both AMD and Intel, and it's just like, guys, please stop. Okay, so I think at this point the card might actually be hitting the max clock limit. Also, we've only just reached 100 degrees hotspot. Now, the last time I tried the core clock limit slider, it caused mass instability, but I don't think I had this much voltage behind it. This will be interesting if it actually affects the score, because, like, I think there's been kind of a... Like, there's been a bit of a, like, discussion around the slider not doing anything, and I'm pretty sure the reason that slider normally doesn't do anything is because the card just, like, isn't in the, like, the card's boost logic isn't seeing the correct, like, operating conditions to run at a higher frequency. So it, like, that's why, like, if you raise the slider, it doesn't do anything, because the card is like, well, I don't see I don't think I have enough, I'm not running cold enough, and I'm not getting enough voltage to run at a higher frequency, therefore I just won't. Yeah, I guess we'll see if I'm right about that. Though plus 25 megahertz is going to do a whole lot of not much for the score. Are you using the shunt method? Yeah. That, like, if you, yeah, like, so I didn't mod the shunts directly. I modded the shunt modded the shunt monitoring circuitry. Because that's more convenient than, like, soldering directly over the shunts. Also, because the shunts on these cards are really low resistance, soldering right over them doesn't really work that well. You know, I think the plus 25 megahertz did something, because look at the average voltage. It's, like, way higher. Nah, it's all, these are 1 milliohm. And actually, the ASRock Tai Chi uses 0.5 milliohm. Huh, that made the score... I think that's probably just random variance, and... Huh, frequency did not go up. I'm going to try raise this a bit more. The thing is, I'm concerned that if I raise it too much, it's just going to crash, and then we're going to give it a tad more voltage. I think I might have to raise the fan speed again. Can I watch this as an archive? Yeah, I'm not planning to delete this one. Well, the thing is, you have to, like, bend over backwards to get the 9070 to do this. Like, I wouldn't say this is, like, what I've done here is not reasonable for most people. It's more fun than Nvidia cards, though. Nvidia cards don't scale at all. Like, for all the, like, jank and clunkiness that you get with AMD's boost algorithm, on Nvidia cards you touch the voltage and the card basically just crashes. Actually, well, no, it pretty much does very quickly end up just kind of crashing on you. You know, earlier in the stream, I thought we were going to hit 700 watts, but we still haven't hit it. We're still at just 650-ish. Yeah, it's getting close, but it's still not there. No, I think it's just a fundamental, like, difference in the core design between AMD and Nvidia. Is that, like, Nvidia, like, what? So, I think there was a article or, well, I think, like, I remember reading this. I think with 900 series, there was like a PDF published by Tin from EVGA about how, like, Nvidia cards don't scale with voltage unless you have them below 0 degrees Celsius, because basically internally the silicon gets, like, really nasty hotspots. So if you raise the voltage a bunch, it doesn't, like, the card's not going to clock any higher, because the, like, increase in internal temperature outpaces the, like, gains in frequency. And Nvidia has seemingly just kind of kept that design philosophy since the 900 series. Like, some 900 series cards will scale a little bit with voltage, kinda. There's, like, asterisk next to that, but like 30 series, like 10 series doesn't scale at all. 20 series, I don't know. Haven't really tested it extensively. 30 series doesn't scale. 40 series, I don't know. Well, actually, no, I think I tried volt modding my 4070 Ti and I don't think it scaled. So, yeah, like, basically since the 900 series, Nvidia cards have kind of just, like, not cared about core voltage, and AMD cards have been not really like that. They've just been really clunky, because, like, Vega, if you start adding more Vega actually, I guess, is the closest to Nvidia behavior, where it's like, it doesn't really scale, like, much past the, like, the water-cooled BIOS. Anyway, we seem to be hitting some kind of, like, wall in terms of performance. Max temperature so far, 102 degrees on the hotspot. So let's see if I can get more score. Now, there's the water-cooled BIOS, which runs at 1.25, if I remember correctly. And if you push a Vega to 1.3, it basically doesn't go anywhere. Whereas, like, 10 series cards run, what was it, like 1.07 stock, and if you push them to, like, 1.15, if anything, they're probably going to crash. No, like, so blowing the, like, removing the power limit on Nvidia cards does help, but raising the voltage on Nvidia cards pretty universally doesn't do anything, or makes things worse, in my experience. And it's been like that since the 900 series. So the only but if you take like a 10 series card, on liquid nitrogen, they scale like super, like a 1080 Ti on LN2 will scale to like up to, I think, 1.6 volts, right? But if you're on air cooling or water cooling or anything above 0, basically, you like, you might get a little bit of an improvement if you go from the stock 1.06 to like 1.1, and anything more than that is probably just not going to achieve anything. And then as soon as you drop the temperature below like minus 20 degrees Celsius, the cards start like scaling with voltage. Yeah. So whereas AMD cards, like even now, I mean, we're not like, I'm not pushing heaps and heaps of voltage into this, and compared to a 9070 XT, this is actually not that high voltage, because I think 9070 XTs run 1.05 volts stock as their max voltage. So we're only like 40 millivolts above that right now. But like this is scaling, right? Like this is actually scaling. Whereas I remember on like the 3060 Ti on air cooling, it like actually didn't do anything to raise the voltage by even 20 millivolts. And what's kind of funny here is like, I'm not even touching the frequency slider. I'm just raising the voltage and the card boosts harder. Hey, my max frequency went up. We actually went past the stock frequency limit by 10 megahertz. You know, once the 9060 launches, I think I'm definitely going to buy one. Because my one, like the one issue I see with this is like, look at that temperature, right? Like, I think we're going to run out of thermal headroom pretty soon. But if it's a 9060, I think the smaller core is going to mean that it's not going to have such, like, it's probably going to run cooler, and the hotspot isn't going to be as bad. And that means it might be a bit like the R7 260X. Like, the R7 260X is wild. It's easily my favorite 28 nanometer AMD GPU because it clocks just completely stupid. Okay, well, this is on phase change. I wanted an air-cooled score. Damn it. Man, the new hardware bought UI is like, I am not a fan. Wait, was it this? I swear I had a 260X. Okay, I'm just going to look up my own profile. That's going to be easier. Submissions, video card, because I swear... Oh, because they made a new version. Wait, what? Did they seriously? Are you kidding me? Oh, they made a new Well, I guess at least it gets global points. Okay, well, that explains why I couldn't find the score I was looking for. Anyway, yeah, so... Oh man, this is so old, but that's on air cooling. That is an air-cooled R7 260X doing 1447 on the core. Also, if I remember correctly, it needed like a ton of voltage to do that. But this like, and the thing is, the 260X is not the only example of this. Like 7870s do the same thing. They clock just stupid high, even on like basic cooling. Man, I've just... Okay, I think the me clicking on names, though, has always been a problem I've had with Hardware Bot, where, like, instead of... Ugh. But, yeah, so you can see air-cooled, 1370 core. So, yeah, so... And the thing is, like, if you look at, like, 7970s, with 7970s, you're really struggling to go over 1300 core on even, like, water cooling. Most of the time. Like you can bin 7970s to go over 1300, but those are rare. But the smaller 28 nanometer AMD GPUs just clock stupid high. And so I'm kind of hoping that for the 9070, the 9060 is going to be the same thing, where because the 9060 is smaller and it runs less hot, it'll just, like, you'll be able to just shove stupid voltage into it and it'll just scale all the way, which I think would be really fun because we haven't had a, like, actually the thing is I've been wondering, like, maybe the, like, 7700 or the 7800 XT already kind of does that, but yeah, like, we haven't had a like a real voltage scaler of a GPU in, like, forever, and so I'd be really excited because, like, RX 480s did scale. Well, you could sometimes get some that didn't scale very much at all, but a lot of them would scale to, like, unreasonable voltages. But yeah, then a lot of the more modern GPUs, like, they just don't scale. And so having something like this, it's like, I'd be excited to have a card where it's like, oh, if you shove, like, I don't know, 150 millivolts more into it, it actually just, like, goes somewhere instead of not going anywhere. Anyway, let's try 190 millivolts. Similar to the 5700? Yes. Yeah, that I think is the best comparison with the night. Well, no, because on the 5700 was, like, fully enabled to just power limited, right? If I'm remembering correctly. Oh, no, it did have, yeah. So it is the same thing, where it's like you can put the 5700 XT BIOS on it, and it'll lift the power limit, it'll lift the voltage limits, but it won't lift the, like, it won't unlock any extra cores. But I'm not using that here. I have the power limit on my card physically disabled. Yeah, or like Vega 56 to 64. Though with Vega 56 to 64, the difference, like, the main benefit of that, well, partially it was power limit, but another big benefit was the voltage for the HBM, because Vega 56 ran a lower stock voltage for the HBM, and so the HBM on Vega 56 didn't clock as high as it does on 64. Hey, we're above 700 watts! Well, at this point, I think we can confidently say that the card is now pulling at least 200 watts more than it does without, like, at stock without the power limit. Man, I should really put a switch on there so I can turn the power limit back on and off. Technically, you can also, if you choose a correctly sized resistor, you can tweak the power limit in such a way that, like, you still know what the power draw is. Because you can, like, set up a voltage divider. And then, like, if you know the ratio, then you, like, know that if the card reports 100 watts, it's actually pulling 200. Right? That kind of thing. But I didn't feel like doing math, so I just shorted the monitoring circuitry. It's not exactly difficult math, but I'd have to do it on paper because I can't do it in my head. Okay, so score did not go up at all this time. And we're at 106C on the core temperature. Maybe a little bit more offset? Negative? What's the terminal temp for this card? I don't know. Like, it's still possible. Like, I'm a bit of a chicken when it comes to shoving voltage into things because I have a bad habit of killing stuff. Like, this is one thing that super frustrates me. Like, the list of GPUs that I've killed is just like, so I killed a Vega Frontier Edition, right? Because I had a vault mod on it that wasn't very well secured, and so it was actually shorting out. That's why it took me that's why I couldn't figure out why it was dying, and eventually I figured it out. But basically what was happening is if you mounted the card in the test bench, the wires would droop and short the sensing circuitry, so the voltage regulator couldn't see the output voltage, and it would like ramp all the way to 2 volts and then shut down because there's a duty cycle cutoff at that point. But then when I took the card out of the system and lay it flat on my desk, I couldn't find the short circuit because it wasn't there anymore. And then you put it in the test bench and the wire droops and it shorts out. So that thing died, right? And that was like, I bought that card at like full retail price. So yay, more on me. Which was like that was, yeah, that, anyway. And then I had a 6900 XT, which died while sitting at idle on the desktop on liquid nitrogen, which I'm still convinced was a power stage failure that nuked the core, because it doesn't make sense to me that the core, because the alternate theory I heard is that I over-tightened the mounting hardware, but I am of the opinion that if the core shattered because I over-tightened the mounting hardware, it wouldn't have blown a power stage. But the card did blow a power stage. So my thought process is the power stage blew, and that shattered the core. No, I shattered the core, and that blew the power stage. But either way, that died on me, right? And I bought that card during the freaking mining insanity, because, so, that was not cheap. Then, what else did I have die? Oh, yeah, the RX 480, the XFX one, I think that was actually BGA damage from, like, not well supported LN2 pot, or just the thermal cycling. And then, but that one wasn't expensive. But basically, like, I have a bad habit of, like, cards that I don't want to break. And then cheap garbage I buy on eBay, where it's like, you know, abused as, like, it's, like, especially if it's something that, like, got in my hands with, like, actual damage, like, physical board damage, I fix that, and it just runs great. Like, there's no chance any of that is ever gonna die. And then anything I'm, like, super careful with, it just dies. And it's just like, you've got to be kidding me. How is it? Like, I can buy GPUs where it's like blown power stage, broken memory chips, you know, just absolutely trashed. I need to replace like 2 memory chips and a power stage and like dig, like freaking. And that thing's like, that runs great. But I buy a brand new card, put it on liquid nitrogen once, dies. Or I have a 1080 Ti. Actually, yeah, I think the 1080 Ti is probably the card I ran the most on liquid nitrogen, as like far as GPUs go. And that thing is like, that thing had like water cooling damage that like burnt a part of the PCIe slot off of it. That thing still works. Still works. That thing's in great condition. I have a GTX 960 that, you know, like I reballed a bunch of the memory chips on. Also took it on liquid nitrogen. Still works as far as I know. I haven't checked it in a while, but it's been sitting in storage. I imagine it still works. And then there's just like, I buy a fancy high-end GPU and then some stupid thing kills it. I am not going to give it more core voltage just yet. I'm going to try lower the offset more. Because the thing is, the way this slider interacts with, like, externally raised core voltage is kind of weird in my experience so far. And I haven't tested it extensively yet, but that's kind of what, like we're going to find out, I guess. Like I have a suspicion that depending on which order you adjust the voltages in, I think you get different results. What happens if you boost the mem frequency? If I push it much past 2800, the score starts going down. Huh, so that drastically reduced the operating voltage. Now the question is, if the voltage came down so much, is the score going to go up or is it going to go down? Because like previously we were running like 1.0. I mean, it's not much lower, but it's like 10 millivolts lower now. So it's like, that's actually lower. Yeah, the power consumption's way down. So I'm thinking like it's probably not going to be clocking as high. Buy a new Epic card, what would I suggest? I mean, if you have no price limit, you just buy a 5090 Astral. Or a Hall of Fame if you can find it. Man, that ramp up in GT2 is so bad. Yeah, the core voltage is way down. I wonder if the the curve offset in the AMD driver isn't linear. Because it sure looks like it isn't linear. I plan to make a video about how to disable the power limit. So, wait, please. Have patience. Yeah, so it is pulling less power now. So I am wondering, is it going to go down in score? Well, now it's all the way up at 1.09. See, this is what I meant by like weird behavior, because you'd like the dynamic boost algorithm is like doing stuff with the voltage, and it's like I'm not sure what's going on. Wait, score went up. Oh. Oh boy. Okay. That is very interesting. Oh no, I accidentally clicked the bug report thing. Go away. I guess more negative offset? Man, I wish I didn't care about this card as much as I do. Because if this was like some random cheap junk I bought off eBay, there'd be like 3 times as many capacitors on the back of it at this point. The thing is, I like restricted myself to only using like new capacitors, nothing I salvaged off of dead GPUs and stuff. Because it's like, that's just like, that's like, yeah, it's just icky to me. It's like, I'm not going to put like capacitors from dead cards on my shiny new one. And I ran out of fresh capacitors. Because, like, I did also consider, like, strapping a whole bunch of 1200 microfarad, like, cylindrical caps to this. Because, like, I'm not sure, like, on one hand, they're not usually very efficient in terms of how much capacitance you need to get a improvement in peak to peak. On the flip side, they're very easy to just kind of put on a card and then take off if, they don't really help as much as you were hoping. Whereas the SMT caps, those are like you need to hot air them. Well, okay, you don't need to hot air them off, but they do not like getting them on is a pain and getting them off is a bigger pain. And so I didn't want to commit like a whole bunch of nice capacitors. Or like too many of them Also, evidently, ASRock knew what they were doing with the Tai Chi when they decided to not put any put even less capacitance on the SoC rail. Because I added a bunch of capacitors to the SoC rail because I was like, because I populated all of the unpopulated pads on vCore. And then I was like, okay, well, I still have some capacitors left over, so I'll just give some extra to memory and VSOC and VDDCI, right? Like, and so I did that, and it didn't help at all. Like, the memory doesn't clock any better. Nothing. The only thing that seems to have benefited is the core. So evidently, I should have just committed every capacitor I had to the core, but well, here we are. How are you cooling this? Air cooling. You ever upgrade caps? Nah, So the thing about desoldering capacitors to replace them with better ones is that it's a massive pain. Dude, this is insane. We're probably gonna actually hit 34,000 points. Like, I didn't think that was possible, but like, it looks like we're gonna get there. What's the temp? Max hotspot temperature is 106 so far. Right now, it's actually probably going down because we're, like, lowering the operating voltage again. Can you solder? Yeah, you can stack capacitors. But the thing is, like, I want to keep the capacitors under, I want it to fit under the backplate. Okay, so we finally crashed. No, that's crazy. This is, like, absolutely insane. Okay, so I want to do a full restart because sometimes, like, the GPU drivers get weird after a crash. Which BIOS? Stock BIOS. Well, this isn't... It says right there. Yeah. Series resistance on replacement caps? You mean ESR? No. The one issue I ran into is I once added way too much capacitance to a power rail and it would shut down. Like, the inrush current during, like, high voltage startup was so high that it would trip the overcurrent protection and so it wouldn't turn on. But I think that was a voltage regulator that had like 600. It had like a little under 1,000 microfarads, and I think I added like 2,000 microfarads to it, and then it wouldn't turn on at like 1.8 volts. Can you show us? Yeah, I'm gonna make videos about this card. I don't like. It's just the camera is not really like in a position to see the card, and I am not gonna change that because it's a pain. What is the stock score? So when I first got this card, the very first score I made with it was... actually, we're just going to take a look at it from 3D Mark now. So after a reset like that, like after a power cycle, wait. Oh, this isn't working. Let me just reboot that. Because they should have reset the load line. Wait, I used a restart, not a full power cycle, didn't I? So it might not have done a... Might not have reset the voltage regulator. Because to reset the voltage regulator, you need to yeah, you need to cut the 3.3 volt supply. Okay. Well, whatever. Anyway, so the very first score that I ever made on this card is this right here. So, and now we're doing what, like 33,200, 300? So that's like a 24% performance increase. Admittedly, through a bunch of physical modifications that have just, like, there's no warranty for this, but... Oh, well. Also, I did actually add fuses to the card. So there is sort of a 480 watt power limit on it right now, because if we try to pull more than 480 watts for an extended period of time, it's going to blow the fuses. Or at least it should blow the fuses. I've never actually tested, like, when exactly these fuses that these are 20 amp fuses, but the way it works with fuses is, like, they don't blow instantly if you put 20 amps through them. You need to overload them by a certain amount. So, yeah, and I'm not sure at which, like, current it is that these go, like, almost instantly. But, like, the main reason I added them is if I accidentally blow out, like, if one of the power stages decides to kick the bucket, I don't want it welding itself to the board. So that's what the fuses are for. Anyway, and then the best score I've gotten so far was this one. Yep. You know what? I do actually want the voltage regulator completely reset. So we're going to do a full shutdown and, like, so the thing with the restart is it doesn't power cycle the power supply, right? And since it doesn't power cycle the power supply, it doesn't cut the 3.3 volts. And if the 3.3 volts doesn't get cut, it doesn't reset the voltage regulator. So anyway, now we've done that. Oh, there we go. So yeah, you can see now we have the... Oh, so I guess the read all registers button is just not working, maybe. Anyway. So I think I might actually be able to hit 34,000 with this card. Which was not at all what I thought it would be able to do. I'm not really sure how I want to proceed at this point. Because we could just go back to the settings that, like... Because, like, now it's like I could continue what I was doing previously and just keep shoving... Like, try to shove more voltage into it. But we could also... Because let's try again, but like on the default V group. Because this is one thing I'm wondering about is like, is default V group best? Because previously I was running a bunch of extra V group. The idea being that hopefully it would help the voltage regulation a bit, but it didn't really look like it. But yeah. Also, I wish there was something I could do about the memory. So maybe... Oh, but I don't have the oscilloscope hooked up to all the memory power rails. That is... I don't have... The main issue is I don't have enough probes. Like, yeah. And again, we could we can kind of see the voltages from hardware info, so... And I do want to try push the memory higher, because that, like if I could run more memory, that would just be nice, wouldn't it? So, anyway, so we're gonna lay off the core for a bit. So I'm just gonna set it to -150, which I know for sure that works. That's just like, yeah, this is very like safe settings by my standards for this card. We're gonna run static fan speed. I don't need it very high because we're not pushing the core super hard. And I want to, like, the thing is, I actually tried messing with the voltages for the memory power delivery, and it just made things worse in the past. So, we're going to see, I guess. Man, so I really did actually, like, increase the card's power consumption by, like, 200 watts. Like, now that we're running it back at, like, basically stock settings, like, yeah, it was pulling so much more power. Admittedly, that's 200 watts at the wall, so, you know, that's... Actually, it's more like 180 out of the PSU, because the PSU is like 90-ish% efficient. But still, because we were peaking at like just under 700 watts. And I was comfortably above 600 the entire time. So yeah, it's easily like 180 more GPU watts. And so the funny thing is, I'm not sure how much card the... Wait, what? Why is the voltage so low? It's running at 925. The hell? Yeah, what? It should be running at like 970 or something. Why is it at 940? Is it going to score like super low? See, this is what I meant by like, I mentioned this earlier in the stream where it's like, I feel like sometimes the card like you reboot and the card runs differently. Like sometimes it just like seems to boost less for no reason. I mean, okay, no, the score makes... The score... Okay, no, this mostly makes sense. This is about right. Okay, no, so I guess it was just the undervolt? How's it going so far? I blew past 33,000 points. The goal was 33,000 and I went way past it. 33,400 points. So at this point, I'm relatively certain that even 34,000 is doable. Well, power level? Like 180 watts more than... Well, okay, it's actually... Well, yeah, like probably like 200 watts more than stock. So like over 400 watts of GPU power draw. Well, you know, that's just what I used to run my 290X at back in the day. And my well, actually the Fury X I didn't run that hard. Um and I never dailied a Vega. So well, the extra caps negatively. So in my experience, I've literally never the worst thing I've wait, see, this is my point. Oh wait, no, I have the memory overclocked. Okay. No. It's fine. Just forgot that the memory's souped. Okay, so let's run that again. No, so with cap modding, first of all, do not buy do not buy liquid electrolytics, okay? This is just like I've seen this a few times on like people new to vault modding will like buy some freaking like audio capacitors and it's like no. Wrong. Bad. Solid polymers. Okay? No liquids. Liquid bad. But anyway, so the one issue that I've run into is if you put way too much capacitance onto a small voltage regulator, it might not want to turn on. But other than that, I've never actually ran into problems. And when I say small voltage regulators, I mean like a memory power rail on a motherboard. V-Core, MSVDD, VMAM, yeah, that should be completely fine. I'm pretty sure your 2 caps and a Zener in between them will very negatively affect the equivalent series resistance. Also, AM dip guy, like, you do realize I can ban you. Where'd he go? Into timeout for like 24 hours. Okay, so I want to try more memclock. But I'm pretty sure by like 2820 we're actually going to start seeing the score go down. How many heat pipes does it have? I think 5, maybe 6. No, well that just crashed. So that solves that mystery. So the thing is, GDDR6 has error correction. And so if you push it too far, the score, like the error correction, will cause the memory to resend the data over and over and over again. And well, if you're resending the data, you can't be drawing frames. Actually, you know what? No, we're not gonna. I don't. I don't think we're gonna need a restart for this. One thing that annoys me is that when the AMD GPU driver like resets itself because you crashed, it resets the fan settings. It's like, yeah, the fan settings are definitely the reason why the GPU crashed. Those really need to get reset. Now, I do want to just check though that I'm like not overrunning the memory. Um How good is Samsung BDI on DDR5? Kind of terrible. I mean, it's better than like first gen Micron DDR5, but it's not really much of an achievement. Wait, do I not have that minus one? Oh, whatever. We'll check at the end. Um, but it basically like it doesn't scale with voltage. If you're hoping like, oh, it'll run lower timings with a lot of voltage, it won't. Max frequency, I think, is around 6800 on Intel. TRFC kind of sucks, and you can basically on AMD you'll max out at like 6000 or 6200 with like at 6000 you can probably run like 30, 33, 32 primaries. And that's about it. And then it just gets worse. Like as you increase frequency, the timings just go up linearly with frequency. Because yeah, it's not like, well, on Hynix like TRCD scales like ever so slightly with voltage. Um, but yeah, I think I even have a video showing like Samsung DDR5 on AM5. Okay, I think this run is actually being weird. Like looking at the oscilloscope. And again, I do have the memory pushed lower, so let's try 2780. Does it even matter to overclock DDR5 with a 9800X 3D? Not really. But if you're just throwing like a basic DDR5 6000 tune on it, like it's not like it takes any effort. So, how do you recommend testing PBO offset? I recommend not doing PBO. Like you might have noticed that my channel does not have any videos about how to use PBO, and it's because I never figured out a reliable way of stress testing it. That isn't like ridiculously time intensive. And the worst part is like in my experience, like tuning PBO at most is like a 5% performance difference. And that's when you're at like settings that are very unstable. So, yeah, personally, I see, like, I just don't bother with PBO at all for my own systems. I just don't see any point in it. It takes way too much time and it barely makes a difference. If it didn't take so long to stress test, then sure. But it does, and it doesn't really help. So why? Right? Because it's not like memory where you just like with stress testing memory, you just leave the stress test overnight and then you're good. Um, Whereas with PBO, like the stress test needs to cover such a large range of load scenarios that it's just obnoxious to set up. Okay, I swear the card is actually running weird right now. Like looking at the oscilloscope, we're getting like those breaks of noise. And yeah, I can't really zoom in on them, but are there dual fan 9070s? Yeah, the Sapphire Pulse. Okay, I swear the card is actually running weird right now. So maybe the crash did do something. We might have to restart again. Now, I think Samsung has a couple different dies since then, but they're all not really any better. So 6000 C26 and 6200 C28 are going to perform very similarly. So it's kind of up to you, in my opinion. Like, maybe run some tests. Whichever one performs best for you, go with that one. Or whichever one, like, I don't know how much SoC voltage you need for 6200, But if it's kind of ridiculous, then you might want to go with 6026 instead, because that'll require a lot less SoC voltage. So sometimes Corsair, Team Group, Patriot, G-Skill will use like they'll use customized PCBs. Okay, they're basically always going to have a customized PCB, but sometimes they'll have like very weird customizations that like significantly affect the signaling, and then it causes issues. 6200 at 1.2. Oh, in that case, I'd just go with 6200. Do you like cheese? Yes, but I don't really have recommendations for it. I don't really know much about it. Okay, so the card is actually upset about something right now. Well, that's stupid. Will my G-Skill 6000 CL30 be stable at 6400 CL28? Yeah, that should not really be any issue. I mean, you might need a lot of voltage, and depending on your CPU, like 6400 might not be possible. But if you have Hynix memory, and which 6000 CL30 is basically always Hynix, it should be pretty trivial to do 6400 CL28, as long as like nothing else in the system is struggling with it. I mean, I guess one way you can rule out the CPU is to test it in 2-to-1 mode, but it's not good for performance. Okay, so we have rebooted. The GPU driver didn't reset. So now is it like, because I'm wondering, like, I think it's now gonna maybe score better. One sad thing about me running this the way I am right now is that the 9700X is really suboptimal for Time Spy. The ideal CPU for Time Spy is the 14900K or KS. Like that CPU can get like almost 30,000 points pretty easily. With a 9700X, you're like hard stuck at around like 15K, or maybe you like 16K might be doable. Actually, you might be able to push a bit past 16, but like, you know, compared to like 27K on a 14900K, it's like, yeah, kind of nothing. Yeah. Well, at least there's now a GPU score category for the um for the for Time Spy, because this is what I'm talking about, right? Like even if I beat this 9070 XT GPU score, like I'm not beating that CPU score. Because this is a 6.2 gigahertz 14900K, which mine is like, even if I was on my 14900K, I would still not be getting a CPU score that high. But you know, like with the 9700X, I am way behind. What? Did I crash hardware bot or no? That's just this is broken. Lovely. Wait, what? Are all the GPU rankings broken? No. Just the 9070 rankings. Amazing. Hardware bot is paid off by Nvidia. Actually, no, they're like... Actually, are they still sponsored by Intel? Because they used to have like an Intel and... I think it was like Intel, G-Skill, and... Oh, but I guess since it's owned by Der Bauer now, it like doesn't need that. There is a Patreon. Ooh, I was at this event. I think. Oh wait, no, this is a different one. But I recognize a lot of the people from this photo. Yeah, no, this is a different event because I don't remember ever meeting Wizarty in person. Anyway, right, 9070 rankings. Okay, well, I don't need a 14900K for this to beat this top score, I think. Is this also broken? Yep. No 9070 scores for anyone. Yeah, so now the score's back up. So yeah, so the card does get like weirdly upset after a crash or something. Okay, what about default timing? What's the cooling on the 9070? Just the stock air cooler that it came with. $5090 BIOS? Yeah, that is not going to work. Also, why would you put a 5090 BIOS on there? Just like mod the 580 BIOS for a higher power limit. Like I don't understand why you would use a 5090 BIOS. Like, it's not like there's like just like just use a modded 5080 BIOS. If you're manually overclocking the 14900K, it performs the same on every BIOS. Did you go to CES? No. I'd have to like fly to America. And then I haven't gone to Computex ever either because it's like I'd have to fly to Taiwan. And I hate airports a lot. I hate airplanes a lot. I hate hot weather too. Isn't CES in Vegas? Isn't that a desert? So that sounds like a horrible place to be. But I did actually visit Taiwan once because like Gigabyte flew me out to test some motherboards for them. And like leaving a build, like just it was very unpleasant to be outside basically every day. Yeah, it's just hot as hell and also really humid. It's actually, I don't think it was even that hot when I was there because I was there around the rainy season or like just before rainy season or something like that. But it was like, it was also really humid, so it didn't really make a difference. Like, it was just very unpleasant to be outside. So, yeah. So I don't very much like traveling, and I don't really appreciate the weather at the places that have tech events either. Oh, CES is during winter. Yeah, but I'd still have to like fly all the way to the US. And then I don't even know what I would do there. Like that's the other thing. Wait, so it did just derp out. I'm so confused. Or is that just the timing change performance effect? $1.45 for DDR5 is not a lot. Also, thanks Jason Dent for, I guess, the 10 Australian dollars? And no message? You noticed any frame time jitter on the 9070 or 9070 XT? I mean, I haven't played any games on them, so... No? And even if I did play games on them, I don't think you would find my findings relevant. Can a game when running over 400 watts? Yeah. I don't see why it couldn't. 1.3 VSOC is a limit set by AMD for all AMD motherboards. The memory voltage is not VSOC. Won't the temps blow up? Well, you do realize you can buy 9070 XTs with a 400 watt BIOS. There's not really a lot of them, but there is a couple 9070 XTs with 400 watt BIOSes. So, yeah, it's going to run hot, but it will run. Like, the manufacturers wouldn't give you the option to set the BIOS, the power limit to 400 watts if it wasn't, like, if it was gonna drastically increase RMA rates. Now, the significantly higher core voltages that I was running, those I would actually be kind of concerned about in the long term. Well, I mean, it's not been that high, but like that is the part I find more concerning. But like 400 watts of power draw, I don't really see a reason to worry about that. Well, the thing is, the die is really small, right? Like, you're like cooling isn't so much about how big your heatsink is, it is, you know, a lot about how big the heatsink is, but it's also a lot about how dense is the thing you're trying to cool. Okay, I am not happy with the performance that we're getting right now. Like, the card is running weird, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, like, the voltage is way up. Yeah, the boost algorithm on these things is freaking weird. Because, like, earlier in the stream at minus 150, it was running, like, 930 millivolts, 940, and now it's at 990. What the hell? Like, it almost feels to me like there's, like, some kind of learning algorithm where it, like, learns what voltage it's running at. And then it, like... Because I don't get it. It's like, there's, like... What is going on? And again, we're getting those, like, spikes in the... Yeah, like, that behavior's back. I am so confused. And the voltage is sky high, or, like, it's as high as it'll go on the, like, stock voltage controls. And the score is kind of bad. AMD and clunky boost algorithms. Name a more iconic duo. Clunky ass buggy boost algorithms. Like, I remember having so many issues with, like, the boost functionality built into the, like, the 7970. Because, like, Nvidia with the Kepler architecture was like, oh, our cards have, like, a boost frequency now. And AMD was like, oh, yeah, we got that too. And it's just, like, actually just worse than not having a boost. Like, the like, the boost implementation on the 7970 is just bad. Because sometimes the card would just not boost for no apparent reason. No, these aren't chips, these are cookies. Kind of looks to me like the card might be a bit voltage starved at stock settings. Now I'm like wondering, like maybe I managed to already like degrade it a bit, and it's like detected that, or I just never noticed. Like I didn't pay enough attention in pre-testing. I kind of doubt its degradation in such a short period of time, especially because the temperatures weren't even like super high or anything, and like the voltage isn't like the voltage I've been running it at isn't much higher than the stock voltage of a 9070 XT. So like it should probably be fine. You managed to chip off a bit of the solder mask. That shouldn't affect anything. Like, the main concern is, like, whatever it exposed, you just have to make sure that doesn't get shorted out. Like, cap modding a CPU, I've tried that. I've never actually had significant results from doing that. Okay, well, let's try going up again. Highest score, 33,400 points. It's super weird overclocking these cards because it's just like feeding them more voltage and then seeing if the score goes up. There's no actual like adjusting the clock itself. It's all just relying on the boost algorithm to like appreciate the extra voltage. Like to be fair, 5700 XTs and Vega do the same thing. If you just raise the core voltage on a Vega, the clocks go up. How are you cooling the card? With the stock air cooler? Yeah, but the card isn't thermal throttling. So what's limiting the clock speed is that the card doesn't have enough voltage to boost higher. So if you just feed it more voltage, it boosts more. At what cost? Excessive amounts of power consumption. So previously, I pushed the card all the way up to around like 1.09-ish. And if I remember correctly, the peak-to-peak was like in the 370 range. So I'm wondering if we're going to end up with the same or more, because we have less V-droop this time around. There hasn't been a way to lock the clocks on an AMD GPU since Vega. Or the volt. Well, I mean, I guess you can lock the volt. Like, there are ways you could try to lock the voltage, but, like, since you don't really have direct control over the clocks, there's not really much reason to. Let's give it 25 more millivolts and see what happens. Can you adjust the frequency set points? No. I mean, you can tell the card to boost more for a given voltage, but you kind of hit the limit on that pretty quickly. Rampage 3 Extreme? Oh, I actually already got one. I have both a Rampage 3 Extreme and a Rampage 3 Black Edition. It's kind of interesting, though, is like I'll offset the voltage and the actual operating of the voltage of the GPU doesn't go up as much as the offset increase. Oh, we're already at above 400 millivolts peak to peak. So maybe the extra V-droop does help. Though, actually, one realization I just had is that when the card crashed, when I had a bunch of V-droop, the voltage temporarily sat at 1.17, which is kind of really high. Though, the card wasn't running, and we know it wasn't running because the voltage was sitting so high. Because if it was running, then it would have drooped the voltage lower. But, then again, like, this is TSMC. Well, less than 1.2 volts shouldn't do any damage. If it's not pulling a bunch of current. Yeah, I don't know. I sometimes wish I could, like, work on, like, actual product development, but the thing is, everything I would want to put into a product would never get approved for mass production. I mean, I could, like, hand-produce Buildzoid editions, but I don't really see much, like, that just doesn't seem practical. On the flip side, doing it by hand does mean that you can do a bunch of things that are just completely non-viable for mass production, period. Like, stacking capacitors is just not, like, even if it's good for the power delivery, it's just not mass production viable. What do you mean we can't have a skyscraper behind the GPU core? 5-day warranty. I mean, if you're willing to pay 3 times retail, I would offer a, like, maybe even a 2-year warranty, because I could just, like, the concern is I have to be able to replace the card if it dies. Or I guess, like, sell 5 cards and sell them at, like, 2x retail, and then just hope that only 1 out of 5 dies, and then it's like, okay, this is still a viable business. I mean, the alternative is a reasonable price, but 0 warranty, right? Like, so if it dies on you, you're still going to be buying a second card at that point. So the combined cost is double, like twice retail. I guess I could sell it as like 2 cards, and one of them is like a backup card. You get 1 modded card and 1 unmodded card. So when the modded one dies, you still have a working GPU. Well, no, the backup card would still have its like full retail warranty. No, it would be 2 physically separate cards, because the modified one would be liable to like catch fire and stuff. Not on purpose, but like, you know. It was really interesting to me, like the way the like curve offset and the vid offset interact with each other. Because like as you have more vid offset, it feels like you can run a little bit more curve offset. Also, I am really not thrilled about the peak to peak being as high as it is. More caps. I mean, most of it is overshoot, but like still. What's kind of neat about the capacitor arrangement on the back of the 9070 behind the core is that you could totally go, like, you could get really wild with the, like, capacitor stacking there, and it wouldn't even be that difficult. Because AMD actually, like, instead of having some crazy, like, alternating polarity pattern, I mentioned this in a video, you basically have, like, rows of ground and rows of V-core alternating between each other. So what you could do to stack some bigger capacitors is just, like, solder in some copper plates. Right? And then you could just attach all the extra capacitors to that, and then, yeah. So you could get very wild. But I'm not sure how effective that would be. And it would be very tedious. But I did consider it. Because it would even, like, with one of, like, the ideas I had for doing it, like, it would even fit under the back plate without issues. 33144. Okay, let's try 110. No, I was thinking, like, adding more ceramic behind the core. I'm still toying with the idea of packing a bunch of 0402s back there. Yeah, because I added 6 470s behind the core, and it didn't really seem to do anything. Need to get the 22s. Yeah. I think I might have some. And then maybe like the 47s. Because the 47s, I think, are like the 0805s. No, yeah. Well, the ones I have are 47s. But the 0805 47s, I think, are good to like 1 megahertz. But the thing is, like, those actually get kind of annoying to add because they have like well, the terminals go all the way around the body, which is kind of annoying with ceramics. That's like that was actually like my thought process with the like for stacking capacitors behind the core was like you could stack the 0402s directly on top of the existing 0402s. Then on top of that, you would have like a bed of polymers, which would then act as like an insulator layer between 080 between like 0805s and the smaller capacitors under them. I mean, technically, you could also just like add an like some actual intentional insulator, but it's like why waste space on a non-capacitor materials when you could use capacitor bodies as insulator? You know, it does kind of look like having less V-droop might actually be better. Though I'm still not reaching the like score that I had. I really wish the memory like scaled with something. But it just doesn't. No, right now we're still on a lot lower average voltage than what I was at before, so I think for 3300X you just want to run it static, don't you? Like its boost clock is pretty low. And it's low core count, so it's not going to run super hot. If you're cap modding something high end, you're gonna want to preheat. Unless you're okay with the soldering being extremely blobby. I mean, the temperatures are fine. But, yeah, the GPU core... I feel like this low V-droop setup is actually worse. You know what? I'm gonna try lower the gain on the I out. This is gonna skew the power reading from the voltage controller. I'm not sure if that's gonna do anything, but I want to test. Because, like, hardware info is a bit on the slow end. Like, hardware info being monitoring software is a bit slow. And it's reporting 299 amps. So I'm kind of wondering, like, maybe we're already hitting TDC? Also, I would highly suggest that if you're, like, cap modding a GPU for the first time, you should buy something old and cheap from eBay to practice on first. And not something low power. Like, if you try learning to cap mod on, like, say, a 7770 or like a GTX 1060 or something like that, it's going to seem really easy because those PCBs don't have any thermal mass. I would definitely not start with a 30 series, like 3080 or something, because those are really heavy. What's the cooling setup? Just the stock triple fan air cooler that the card came with. 33271. You know, I'm surprised. We're getting like almost to similar like voltage offsets that I was on with the like massively increased V-droop setting. Right? Because I think that like I pushed that all the way to plus 190, and we're at plus 140 right now. Which is like I would have thought there'd be more of a gap. So 200 watts of electricity is not going to flow into your body from a 12-volt cable. Unless your body is like not made of the same stuff as regular humans. Maybe if you were a robot, you know, and made of metal, then yeah, you could get like 200 watts of electricity from a 12-volt cable. Remove the power limit physically? Yup. Now, if you were a robot and made of metal, you would probably trip the overcurrent protection. Because if you're grounded, you're just going to be a dead short to ground, unless you're out of some like really low conductivity alloy. I guess if you're made of aluminum, you'd have like an oxide layer, and even then you probably wouldn't get shocked. I think there's a live stream or a video where I was like making an e-power out of a dead GPU, and I decided to check if the e-power is working by touching the MOSFETs. It was working because the MOSFETs were really hot. And it burnt me. Also, we just hit over 700 watts. Okay, so this should score really well, because now it's running at like similar voltage to my previous best. And peak to peak is not actually that bad. Right, it's like 380. Like occasionally it's 400, but it's not that bad. But the score went down. Huh. I mean, previously I did have a much larger negative offset as well, but... we're not hitting TDC. Because it's still... so maybe the V-droop was a good idea? You know, because of how the capacitors are laid out behind the core, I did even consider doing a power bridge. Right? Just like run a copper, like extra copper plates from the VRM all the way to the core. But I think on a non-E-power GPU, that's probably a waste of effort. Then again, I never did check how much voltage drop there is across the power plane on these. Unfortunately, it's not super... like, on some cards, I would just, you know, like, stab the back of the core with the multimeter, but because of the, like, capacitors being the way they are, that would actually be a very bad idea. Because while, like, they're... like, if you're soldering stuff to them, it's fine. But while the card is running, putting a multimeter probe back there is not fine. That was the VRAM temperature? I think it's under 90, because this isn't a particularly long test. Wait, I forgot to raise the max core frequency. That might be why it's like maxing out at this point. Wait, no, my core frequency is already above 3400. Well, maybe it'll go more above 3400 if we set it to like 60. Now it's gonna crash. The room is getting even progressively colder. So, I've got plenty of cooling. Oh, see? It crashed. It boosted too hard. And people say that slider doesn't do anything. Evidently, those people just don't overclock hard enough. Yeah, GPU memory so far maxed out at 86, and GPU hotspot maxed out at 104. GPU core clock hit 3421 when it crashed. It's not that high. It should still be fine. Ever so slightly. Okay, so now the card is very upset about something. Because it is not running right. So we're going to do a full reset. And I'm going to try that 75% V-droop setup again, because that seemed to be working better. I think hotspot is 115. Man, what time is it? The birds are singing. It's 4 a.m. The sun's not even out, and they're already singing. You know what? I kind of want to run a quick sanity check that it's like running the way it should be right now. Okay, so yeah, that's all reset. It's doing that thing again where it's running like weirdly low voltages. That does seem to actually be a good thing though, because it like seems to perform better when it does that, but like I don't know why that happens. And it annoys me. Yeah, it's just running lower voltages for no reason. And the funny thing is, it's not running the lowest voltages, but it is running lower voltages. I am like, how and why does that happen? Like, it just randomly runs lower voltages. Now, the question is, are we going to get that weird spiking, like, micro throttling again? Actually, I'm not sure if it's micro, but like weird glitching in the run. It's not happening. That is so weird. Like you occasionally see like a little spike in the main workload, but you don't see those bricks of like it just. Why? Like, why? Why does it randomly do this? It's like sometimes the driver just decides to boost the card too hard or something. Yeah, and the score is like really good right now. And we're not even undervolted. Like or we're not even offsetted. And it's like scoring really good. What the hell? I am like so freaking confused. Like this is going to go over 31,000 comfortably. So interestingly enough, this card comes from the factory with a 5 millivolt offset. Oh, and now it crashed. Dude. What the hell? It's like we're on a different power play table. It's like we're on a completely different frequency curve. And now that it crashed, I bet it's going to go back to the like worse performance configuration. Absolutely cursed behavior. Peak AMD. Wait, I wonder if it's gone now. What if I touch nothing after a crash? What happens then? Do you mean it's already running? Okay, standalone 3D Mark is actually way more convenient to use than the... oh man, why is the task manager so freaking weird? No, that's hardware info. Oh, I see. Because, like, if I could somehow keep it on the, like, better curve, then, like, you know, I would, I'd like that. That would be nice. If the card could not randomly run, like, limping along. I don't think it's some kind of protection. I think it's just AMD's software being written by AMD. Oh, and now it's at high voltage again. I did not. It crashed and then it like changed power profiles. 7950X3D and 7900XTX draw at idle? I have no idea. Kind of depends on how idle your idle is, because the GPU might be active if you have like any kind of GPU accelerated apps open. Is your GPU slowly failing? Yeah, I really doubt that. Because I swear I've seen this behavior long before I started shoving voltage into this card. I just didn't like investigate it this deeply. Or I didn't like focus on it because it wasn't so like blatantly obvious to me that like, wait a minute. It's like fundamentally different boost behavior between like crashes and reboots. Well, we're still not getting any glitching. Oh no, there it is. And I don't mean glitching in the actual render output, I mean on the oscilloscope. Dude, that is so freaking weird. Yeah, and the score is like weirdly weak as well. I am so freaking confused. Why does that happen? Okay, so one thing you should be aware of with like idle and power savings is just because you think the computer isn't doing anything doesn't mean that you aren't running some incredibly badly written software that is hogging a bunch of resources. And I'd say, unfortunately, most modern software, including Windows itself, is bad and resource hoggy. So, yeah. Like the AMD, like the UI for AMD's GPU driver is GPU accelerated, which is just like this is a freaking bunch of text. Why does it need GPU acceleration? Right? Like this right here is GPU accelerated. Freaking why? Okay, well, we're actually not going to do anything just yet. I want to see how the card runs. Um, Also, I think like most modern websites are probably GPU accelerated. So basically, if you're browsing the internet, there's like zero chance that your GPU is at idle. And it's again running at super high voltages. But the bigger question is it running like garbage or is it running well? Well, the thing is, if you have like a GPU and you just completely disabled the like ability for the card to idle, as in like you just keep the core running, that pulls an incredible amount of power even if it's not actually doing much. Like most of the like really effective power saving methods are all about just like not turning entire blocks of the chip on. Right? But if you have some silly application that like wakes the GPU up, well then there goes your power consumption. I think on the 9070 that's not the case. The memory clock going all the way to max speed because I've literally ran 3D Mark 11 on this card with the memory at the idle voltage. Um, Also, it is running like garbage again. Why does that? I am so confused. What? No, VRAM has an idle clock. VRAM has had an idle clock for longer than like DDR has had the ability to idle. Yeah, like Nvidia 900 series cards put the memory to sleep. Hell, I'm pretty sure the HD 7970 can put the memory to sleep. Maybe even the GTX 500 series. VRAM has had like dynamic frequency for way, way longer than DDR has. Okay, well, I guess we'll try, maybe... Okay, what if I leave that ticked and then run? What happens then? Well, that didn't do anything to the operating voltage. Which makes sense, because I'm assuming the like efficiency mode requires working power monitoring to do its thing, and we obviously don't have working power monitoring on this card, but yeah. Actually, probably what the efficiency mode does is just lower the power limit. That would be like the reasonable way to implement it. So obviously on a card with the power limit disabled, it doesn't do anything. Yep, and the glitching is still here. Man, now I wish I had like a vanilla card that like could compare against. You think gate all around FET will make a big change? I have no idea. And performance is trash. That is so random. Okay, what does favor performance do? I'm assuming that normally just raises the power limit by 10%. I can't imagine AMD doing anything more exciting than that. For a one-click OC button. One thing that kind of annoys me is that we can't see the weird glitching that GT2 gets in GT1. Like, it only happens in the second test, so we don't know if it's still happening until the second test. Yeah, I know the second test is way heavier. I'm honestly, like, not sure what the first test is supposed to do. Like, with 3D Mark Firestrike, it's really clear. First test hammers the GPU core, second test hammers the memory. Time Spy, as far as I can tell, the second test is just better at everything than the first test. So the first test is like a warm-up phase, I guess, or something. And it's still doing it. Actually, it seems to be worse than it used to be. Oh well. I mean, I can just avoid it by like when manually tuning the card, I can just feed it the voltage to avoid that. So, it's not really that big a deal. It's just like I wonder why that happens sometimes. Like, it's not gonna stop me from getting high scores. It's just kind of like that's weird. Anyway, so I wanted to test the 75% V-droop again. I'm going to also skew the power readings. And let's just start at like 125. What is the yellow line supposed to look like? Well, right now it looks like it's supposed to look. The yellow line is the core voltage. And if you watch if you watch this kind of thing long enough, you eventually start noticing things like micro throttling and frame skips and um, that kind of thing. Though I haven't seen any frame skips so far, but there is like in GT2, there's like a specific thing that happens with the main workload where it's like not running properly for some reason. It's not happening right now. I wish it was I wish I had a better way to trigger on this so that it wasn't so like jittery, but yeah. It's running properly right now. Yeah, this looks good. But basically, in some of the the thing I was complaining about is that there's like Like, instead of getting a thin line, it was a fat line. And it's like, it's not supposed to be, like, there's like sections that are supposed to be fat, and then there's sections that aren't supposed to be fat. And so it was like, so what I was complaining about was like, there's a fat section where there should be a thin line. Anyway, so 32,404. We're just at minus 100 right now, though, so let's go minus 135. 300 millivolts peak to peak, it looks quite a lot. Yeah, that's after adding extra capacitors. These things do be noisy. I wish I had some higher end cards to compare against, but I don't. Yeah, there's a couple other people in the overclocking community who use oscilloscopes for stuff. I've kind of like ended up using the oscilloscope as just a straight up like a multimeter. Because like it is pretty typical that you'll see like overclockers use a multimeter for checking voltages, but like the scope is just better at that. So you can actually see what's going on, right? If you measure this with a multimeter, you're just gonna see, like, you're just gonna get this part, which is great and all, but like it's not, like, if you're tuning like load line settings or something, like this right here is very misleading compared to having the full waveform to look at. I can zoom this out a bit so that it's a bit less jittery. Thing is, then it's like harder to see the thing that I'm looking for, so... $32,863. I'm gonna give it a bit more juice. Big messy yellow line. I mean, that's most of what I'm seeing as well. Using the XT BIOS? No. I have a soldering iron. I don't need your silly firmware mods. I mean, I can't tell you what every single one of those spikes means. Like, I mean, I can tell you like vaguely what they're like like what causes them, but I don't know what like I know what physical phenomenon creates the spikes. I don't know what causes that like what is actually happening in the GPU specifically. Um It's kind of interesting though to me that like these cards actually benefit from more V-droop because Nvidia cards work like the opposite way where you actually want like no V-droop for max performance. Whereas here it's like, yeah, it actually seems to be working better at plus 75 than at 50, what was it, 54.68, which is the default factory configuration. No, so the slider in the AMD drivers that like shifts the frequency around, like shifts the frequency curve around. Uh, this over here adjusts the like this directly sets like a voltage offset. So basically, what's happening is the GPU has like a voltage frequency curve, and it sends voltage requests to the voltage regulator. And then this right here is a offset applied on top of whatever the GPU is requesting. Anyway, so now we're gonna lower this a bit more, which should boost the score a bit. Yeah, I like in a perfect world we'd want the yellow line to be a flat line, but unfortunately we are limited by the laws of physics. More droop. No, so what V-droop is supposed to do is basically we're trying to match the impedance of the voltage regulator and its output filtering components to the impedance of the like well actually yeah we're basically trying to match the like I get oh I botched that but it's like you're trying to match the impedance of the voltage regulator to the impedance of the power delivery network. And so what VDRU basically does is like, well, if the power plane has, you know, some amount of resistance and some amount of inductance, then if the current draw through the power plane suddenly jumps from 0 to very high, the voltage is going to drop. Okay, and there's nothing you can do about it because your voltage regulator is all the way on the other end of all of that resistance and all of that inductance. So, like, it doesn't matter. Like, that, the copper between you and the silicon is literally not capable, like, is, like, you cannot do anything about it. So, what VDROOP is meant to do is that you can basically tune the voltage regulator to sort of match the physical properties of the power plane itself. So it's like, okay, if I have a power plane where a step load of, you know, going from 10 to 100 amps is going to cause a 90 millivolts of V-droop, like is going to undershoot the voltage by 90 millivolts. Well, instead of trying to drag the voltage back up after the voltage just fell off a cliff, we could just continue like keep the voltage low, which reduces power consumption and doesn't affect stability because it would have crashed anyway when the initial spike happened. Um, mm, so, yeah, it's not really the greatest explanation, but there are like better explanations out there on the internet that you could try find. And I think even I have some explanations about it. Actually, I think I give a very in-depth explanation of exactly this in my 1 hour and 30-minute long video explaining how Intel botched their power delivery. Because most of what Intel screwed up was trying to come up with a clever workaround for VDroop. And then it's like, yeah, but it turns out if you try to predict when the voltage drop is going to happen and then it doesn't happen, you end up shoving incredible amounts of voltage into the CPU for no good reason. And that's bad for the CPU. Does it, like, adjust? Yes. It literally, like, so what the voltage regulator literally does is it takes the output current and lowers the voltage in proportion to the output current. And this setting that I have here basically sets the ratio. And the default ratio on this card is actually pretty shallow. As in, like, it doesn't actually lower the voltage that much for a given amount of output current. Which, like, isn't really, like, so GPUs have always had kind of weirdly... Like, GPU power delivery has always been kind of weird compared to, like, CPU power delivery in that sense. Partially because you don't have a CPU socket. CPU sockets from a power delivery perspective are an absolute just disaster. There's a bunch of crappy little skinny pins instead of glorious solder balls. But actually, it's a set of solder balls and then thin, spindly pins on top of that. And then of course the power plane on the motherboard is usually way too long, and if your motherboard is really cheap garbage, it's also way too thin. But actually GPU power planes can get pretty long as well because they have to go under like the memory chips and stuff, but still, like, GPU power delivery, like, from a physical perspective is always just better. Like, mainly because of the BGA instead of the socket. Yeah, so GPUs have historically always had kind of, like, weirdly aggressive load lines. Like, on certain GPUs it makes sense. On some GPUs it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, on Nvidia cards, like, Nvidia cards literally have no VDroop by design at this point. Whereas AMD cards have, like, some VDroop, but not usually, like, matched the way a CPU would be. Okay, you know what? We're going to leave it at minus 165, and I'm going to give it more voltage. Oh, I forgot to raise the max core clock slider again. I keep forgetting to do that. No, the memory voltage doesn't get raised. And, like, the SoC voltage getting raised on the 9070 cards is, like, a new thing. Well, I don't know. I never measured any of the 7000 series, but I've literally never seen a GPU do that before 9000 series, where it's like, oh, you overclock the memory and the memory controller... Actually, it's not the memory controller, but the SoC voltage goes up with it. You have a quick breakdown of the B450M Pro VDH Max versus... They both suck, but I think the Gigabyte board probably sucks more. Oh no, what did I do? Yep, they both really suck, but, well, at least the MSI board does have a VRM heatsink. I mean, it's a terrible heatsink, but... And I think the Gigabyte board is, like, kind of the same situation, isn't it? Yep. Yep, they are both terrible. Hey, we're back up at, like, my top score. Wait, do I not need to raise the frequency slider? You know what, at this point, I am, like, very much committed to trying to get 34,000 points. Okay, no, 34,000 is probably out of reach. Because that is a lot higher than what we're at right now. The max core temperature is just 96 degrees Celsius so far on the hotspot. How much does a 5080 normally score? I have no idea. Did you try flash the 9070 XT BIOS? No. I don't need it. I am literally scoring higher than a 97, than an overclocked 9070 XT already. Have you messed with the 50 series at all? No, because I don't get sent GPU review samples and Nvidia cards are expensive. I would sooner buy a 9060 than anything 50 series. Are you in the MIY? No. Hit up friends? I don't have friends. And more importantly, even if I did, I don't like borrowing stuff from people. Because I very much like to work on the rules of my stuff, your stuff. I don't touch your stuff, you don't touch my stuff. And if I give you something, it's yours, it's now yours stuff. And if you give me something, it's my stuff. We do not loan each other things. Do you still work with Gamers Nexus? I haven't in, like, years. Is that a 12-bit scope? Yes. It's my one of my favorite things about this scope. Actually, definitely my... Well, that and the HDMI port. Sample rate? Right now we're on 20 megahertz bandwidth, and it's 2 gigasamples per second scope. Yeah, the HDMI port is, like, for me, is just, like, the best feature to have. I have 31,000, so I beat a 5080 in Time Spy. Yay, me. Okay, let's try minus 170. Yeah, I beat my top score by, like, I don't know, 5 points? 8? No, 7. Why do motherboards set different TWRDs on two sticks? I have no idea. Like, theoretically, the two different the two memory channels might have some differences between them, but why that translates into like drastically different TWRD settings between the two memory channels, I have no idea. Because I don't even think TWRD is like a particularly signal sensitive timing. Have you modified the card at all, aside from modding the shunts? I think if you go to a community post on my YouTube channel, you will find that the card has some additions on the back. Quite a few of them. I'm really annoyed that they renamed the community posts to just posts on YouTube. Like, that's just lame. Man, I'm still annoyed. There's like space for more capacitors. Basic overclock. See, the issue with Nvidia cards, in my experience, is that the basic overclock is basically right on top of the maximum overclock. Like, I really tried to push my 4070 Ti, and it just doesn't go anywhere. And the same thing with the 3060 Ti, is like the only way to get it to go anywhere was with liquid nitrogen. Because with anything less than that, it would just not go. I don't know that it's necessarily better for the consumer, because it's like when you think back to the days of like Silicon having a ton of overclocking headroom, that was mostly because everything was shipping at really low power limits. Huh, score went down. You know what? I want to give more voltage. See what happens. I might also let the card cool down a bit. You mean hammering the ECC? Nah, I don't think so. But like, so basically, like the crazy overclocking on the 9070 here is just like that's mainly because the stock 9070 has such a low power limit, relatively speaking. Right? Like, when I first got this card, the top score it got, like, the first score I ever got on this card was 26,765 points. It is now scoring over 33,000 points. Now, it's not stable at this frequency. Right? But, the reason why I can push it so much further is because the stock settings were so tame. And the thing is, when you're buying a card, you're not paying a premium because it has like a bunch of overclocking headroom, right? Because the reviews and the MSRP are based on stock performance. So if the stock performance is like, if it performs like a $500 card, it's going to be selling for around $500, right? Because like, you know, like that doesn't make sense for like AMD. If AMD makes a card which performs like an RTX 5070, right? Then they can't sell it for significantly more money than an RTX 5070. Because nobody would buy that, even if it has a ton of overclocking headroom. The core voltage right now is kind of low. So there's one issue. Flak Monkey 2400 CL16 is so low spec that it could be literally anything. It's Nanya A die. Oh, I unfortunately don't know anything about that. Okay, I think we've hit the wall. Or I'm actually hitting the frequency cap. But yeah, like the score is not moving. I outgain, yeah, like that would only help if we were hitting TDC. Which I don't, like, I kind of suspected we weren't hitting that, and evidently, yeah, we weren't hitting that. $9070 XT now. I want one. I've been considering buying one. But one of the issues is, like, from a content perspective, I don't think buying a 9070 XT is going to, like, translate into significantly, like, better or different content. So, like, I don't know. You not get sent any GPUs? No. Unfortunately, like motherboards, I get review samples because motherboards are a bunch of like cheap components put together. And so it's not really a big deal for like motherboard sampling isn't really a big deal. But with GPUs, the most expensive part of the GPU is the GPU. So the board partners don't really like handing them out to liabilities like myself. And Nvidia, I'm pretty sure that if, like, as far as I know, Nvidia GPU sampling needs to get approved by Nvidia. There is no way in hell Nvidia would ever approve a GPU sample for me. Like, the issue is, like, my channel just doesn't get that many views. So, you know, like, why send some no-name freaking overclocking YouTuber a GPU? He's not going to run games on it anyway. It's just like, you do have a point with that. The score refuses to go up. Though the max core clock is getting progressively higher, so maybe I just need to push this more? I'm very worried that it is just going to crash again. Like, most of what I'm doing on this 9070 is just, like, not, you know, like, viable for a regular user at all, because it's like, this completely voids the warranty. And, like, my personal stance on this is, like, yeah, if I break this, I'm not going to try to RMA it, because it's just, like, my fault. So, like, on one hand, I'm not, you know, like, I have a problem. I like seeing 3D Mark number go up. I I can't help it. Oh, I think I just saw a frame skip. When I see a GPU with more capacitors than the reference PCB, I don't think to myself, oh, this is going to have more like, I do think to myself this is going to have more stable power delivery, but I'm far more interested in actually measuring that it has more stable power delivery. And then I want to know if it gets bigger 3D Mark numbers. But that's like one of the reasons why like I have like a bunch of old GPUs as well, right? Is just because I've said this many, many times at this point. I see zero difference between fiddling with the core clock slider on a 4090 or a 5090 and fiddling with the core clock slider on a GTX 570 or a R7 260X or a RX 480 or like any of these older cards. Like it actually just doesn't make a difference until you break the card. And well, with the RX 480, you could probably buy like a stack of them. Actually, you could buy several stacks of them for the price of a single 5090. And then you could even like bin them, right? Which just gives you more stuff to do. Man, this is a painful process. The score is inching upwards. Also, for some reason, the frequency readout in hardware info hasn't actually gone up very much at this point. So, like, I don't know. Maybe the frequency slider doesn't actually do anything. But like, the score's going up a bit, so who knows? Like, this card has some very strange behavior just in general. So, like, let's keep pushing. Well, I see diminishing returns, but it's like I still could raise the voltage more. So that's interesting. Raising that max core clock slider seems to lower the average voltage a bit. Oh no, it seems to have come up to about where it should be. Best GPU I could probably buy for under $100? I don't know because I haven't looked at the used market in the US. I would probably avoid anything. Oh boy, that's going to be hard. Maybe a 5600 XT? I have no idea. Is the yellow line normal? Yeah, the yellow line looks just fine. You know what's interesting? I am actually getting a really high score, even though my power consumption isn't. Oh no, it is. It's hitting just. Though I had it over 700 watts at one point, and we're not over that yet. So there is room for more voltage. Is the yellow line normal? Yes, the yellow line is doing just fine. What's kind of funny is the yellow line right now is not much. It's not really much worse than it was before all the cap mods at stock voltage. Yeah, I think the highest power draw I've managed so far was 720. The kind of uplift you'd be able to get from a 9070 XT? Not as much as I can get out of a 9070, mostly because the 9070 has a lower starting point, but... Anyway, I mean, the GPU still hasn't gone over 100 degrees on the hotspot, so, like, more voltage. Okay, now I think I'm actually gonna, like, give it a moment to cool down in between runs. It's still kind of weird how the card just, like, clocks higher if you just give it more voltage. Huh. Wait, no, well, actually, yeah. Oh man, that peak to peak is getting bad. You know, it would be even worse if I hadn't added a bunch of capacitors. Well, power... Wait, what? Is this the stock BIOS? Yeah, but I don't have any power limits, so... Nah, this is not for the power limit. The power limit is you just short out some pins and there's no power limit. The main use of this is adjusting the core voltage. Can I make it more compact? Oh, I can. Yay. I mean, it's not like we can really see much of anything anyway, but... Well, you guys can't. I can, because I have, like, so many screens. Yeah, yellow line is, like, what's kind of funny is, like, 400 millivolts peak to peak is still not the worst thing I've ever measured. But, it's up there. It's, like, probably the second worst. Actually, no, it's, like, the third. Yeah, because I have a really, really badly E-powered GTX Titan X, and I think that's at, like, 500 plus. And then I measured a GTX 980 Ti that I think, like, the capacitors got killed by a failing power stage. That measures over 400. Hey, 33,500. Huh, we're still not, like, running that hot on the core. But it's definitely, like, the performance is not progressing upwards very much at this point. Anyway, we're going to give it a touch more voltage. I think we are actually, like, starting to hit some kind of, like, actual limit now. Because the score, like, earlier in the stream, like, the score would be going up pretty quick, and now we're, like, inching forwards. Yeah, the peaks at... The thing is, the peaks are basically just, like, a bunch of power having nowhere to go, so... like, I mean, they're bad, but they're not really that concerning because the peaks are caused the peaks are literally because the chip isn't pulling any power or like isn't pulling enough power. Um, and the actual like sustained voltage, like this like flat region in the middle here, this is where the card is actually pulling the most power. And as you can see, that's actually pretty close to just like 1.03 volts. So that's not really that bad. Also, I kind of suspect the reason why it has like a ramp shape to it is because of like the core getting hotter. On like a millisecond time scale as like the internal circuitry of the GPU is heating up. And so that causes it to slope downwards. Though maybe the workload itself is ramping, but I'm not sure. It could be thermal, it could be the actual like software doing that, but it could be a bit of both. Oh man, we're over 700 watts. That is whole system at the wall, but like, man, this GPU. Hey, I made the score worse. It might be, so it's rolling over? 104 hotspot. What if I give it a little bit more offset? Just. I think at this point it might be cooling limited. I'm gonna lower, like 5 mil, and it crashed. Oh boy. I'm not sure that like sitting at 1.18 or 1.19 volts would actually harm the GPU, but I don't really plan to test that. AIO? No, I'm not strapping it. Like, the last time I tried strapping an AIO to a modern GPU, it ran like hot garbage. I think the thermal density has gotten too high. um... So, fun fact, PBO has what I consider a bit of a bug where if you set the limits too high, it actually reduces performance. So, that's why I'm not setting like, that's why I'm only setting it to like 155 watts, because for a 9700X, I think that's a reasonable power limit, rather than like setting it to just like 999. Because that like might actually end up being slower. And that's all I'm gonna do. Yep. What do you do for work? YouTube. Actually, I wonder if the like water-cooled 5090s, if they have like a custom base for the AIOs. That's like one thing I never bothered checking in the tech power-up reviews is they have like full teardowns and I just don't bother. Yeah, I guess it could be like thicker than your standard AIO because that's the workaround. If you don't have a heat spreader on some like super high heat density die, you just need a thicker cold plate so that the heat spreads out a bit more. And unfortunately, it is impossible to tell from the photo that I'm looking at. Because it occurs to me that like I don't actually know how far like machined into the block it is. Right? So it's like unless it like has a very obvious protrusion above the GPU core, it's like, well, who knows? It might be normal thickness, it might be higher thickness, lower thickness, no idea. Anyway, so I'm gonna wait, what? Why did it bug out? Oh, I think maybe hardware info opening was pulling the sensors too much. Okay, that is still working. Because now I want to go for a full run. Right? Including the CPU test. And yeah, the 9700X is not ideal for this, but like I'm too lazy to swap CPUs. Because yeah, for like Time Spy, Fire Strike, all of this, I should be using an Intel CPU, and like I'd need to swap to an Intel CPU, and that requires swapping the motherboard, and I am lazy, and so we're not doing that. I don't feel like having the fans at 100%. Okay, let's raise this to plus like 50. Let's see how this goes. Room unbearable? I have the window wide open. There's a reason I started the live stream at 2 a.m. And that reason was I wanted to take advantage of the lower air temperatures. Nah, it won't. Like, I already messed around with maxing the fan speed before on this card, and it doesn't help. Like, the heatsink basically hits, I think, like, I guess liquid metal would maybe be an idea to try, but I really don't like liquid metal. Okay, that's not true. I think liquid metal is amazing, except for the part where it's incredibly electrically conductive and it sticks to solder. It's not like water, right? Like if you get water all over your PCB, you can just dry it. Liquid metal doesn't evaporate. So And it just plain old dissolves solder. So, like, yeah, like when I use liquid metal on a GPU, I basically prep it like I'm gonna take it on liquid nitrogen. Because it's rough. Like liquid metal is actually more of a short circuit hazard than condensation is. Like I've run cards with like concerning amounts of condensation on them, and they were fine. But like you can't run a card if there's a concerning amount of liquid metal on it. You just can't, because it's so electrically conductive. So yeah, and I don't really want to go through the whole all yeah, like prepping for liquid metal is just a pain, and then like the 4070 Ti in my daily system is on liquid metal, and I'm not like I've not had any issues with it. I've taken the card apart a few times, but I don't feel like, putting liquid metal, especially on a GPU where it's like I'm going to probably take this thing apart again and potentially do more modifications and stuff. It's like, yeah, the last thing I want is to have to deal with like liquid metal cleanup every time I want to take the card apart. Right? Because the thing is, like, you might be like, yeah, but you can just leave it on the core. Yeah, but then it'll, like, either, like, if some dust or something gets into it, it'll get contaminated, and that just destroys, like, depending on what kind of contaminant you get mixed into liquid metal, it can get just completely destroyed. Like, if a little fleck of thermal paste or, like, fleck of thermal pad ends up mixed into the liquid metal, it'll just, like, it tends to like react with stuff and then becomes like non-functional. I don't want to have to deal with that. Yeah. Anyway, so that's actually a pretty good score for a 9700X, is it not? I'm actually surprised. I didn't think it would be going over 16K, but hey, it's not that bad. So more volts. Let's see. Compare results online. I bet I'm already what? What? Oh, I have sysinfo turned off. That better be it. Oh yeah, liquid metal destroys aluminum. But that's not like that's less of a concern. But yeah, so like liquid metal is like when I use liquid metal, I set out like a paper towel so that if like it spills anywhere, it doesn't like contaminate my desk. Which isn't really a concern, but it like yeah, like it's a pain to like wash it out of things and stuff. So it's like a paper towel, and it's basically like a hazmat operation. Also, the surfaces, like you need to clean them really good, because if there's like any leftover thermal paste and it mixes with the liquid metal, you're redoing it. Like you're completely redoing it, because once it gets contaminated, it's just gone. Um, so yeah. So you really need to like scrub the cooler, scrub the die, scrub around the die, just make everything super clean. Then cover up like so what I find really kind of funny is that usually when people prep for liquid metal, they do all the like covering up the components directly around the die, but that's not usually that big a deal. Like if liquid metal gets onto those and shorts them out, the card will probably just not turn on. And then if you clean the liquid metal off, even if one or two of the components gets like, the solder dissolves and you take one or two of the components off, the card will probably still work. You know what is going to really ruin your day is if that liquid metal ends up under a memory chip. That's what you need to be worried about. Because once it's under a memory chip, getting it back out is an absolute nightmare. And usually, like, if you spill a lot of it and it gets under a memory chip, the only way you're getting it back out is actually desoldering the memory chip, replacing all of the solder balls, and resoldering the memory chip back on. Which is just like, yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Give us 250? No. At 210, it looked to me like the card was actually starting to throttle, so no. If you buy me a donor card, I'll do it. 1 gallon of gallium would be wildly expensive. Yeah, a kilogram of gallium is like over $200. And I don't know what a gallon is, but I'm imagining it's going to be a lot more than just a kilogram. Man, cubic meters are a wacky unit. Because they're like so much bigger, right? Like as a European, I'm used to dealing with like liters. And then you take a cubic meter and it's like it's huge. Anyway, so gallium density. Density is 5.7 grams per cubic centimeter. Okay, so a gallon is 3,785 cubic centimeters. So that is going to be... Where's my calculator? 3,785 divided by 5.9. Do you want that gallium to be liquid or solid? We'll go with liquid. Because I'm imagining you're probably... Yeah, we'll go with liquid. It's not going to make that much of a difference. Anyway, so that's going to be 600 and... Wait, really? Did I do it wrong? Oh, yeah, I did it completely wrong. I'm stupid. 3,785 cubic centimeters. And each of those cubic centimeters is going to weigh 6.95 grams. So that's going to be 23 kilograms of gallium. And it's 200, it's like you're going to be paying, yeah, so that's going to be like $4,600 of gallium. Yeah, it's going to be around $5,000. Oh, I should check if this is going to... Hey, valid! And I bet this is the fastest 9070 results. Is it? God damn it, 3D Mark. Why would I want that? No, I want to... No, I want the... No! Dude, they changed their website. I hate this so much. Is it under results? Okay, it's under results. I mean, my RX 9070 is already basically faster than... Oh, no, there's like somebody with a massive GPU score beating... I mean, CPU score beating me. Well, that's lame. Oh... Oh man, so that 9700X is really holding me back. Also, it just like shit the bed on the CPU score for some reason. Oh, well, let's just run it again. Wait, no, this is 16K. Man, the 9070 doesn't even show up. Accept all. The hell? This is 2800. Wait, is the leaderboard just really slow to update? Because I should be, like, here. I should be in the top 10 with my potato CPU. Literally everybody else is getting hard carried by their i9s. I have like 10% more GPU score than everyone. Anyway, let's run it again, because I've got more GPU score to get. I guess I could run Speedway and Port Royal. The thing is, I know for a fact that those are gonna run differently. Like they're gonna not run at the clocks this high. Like Port Royal is harder than Time Spy. Time Spy is the only one that matters? Nah, I want to do the other two, especially since the other two don't have an actual CPU component. It's like, here's the thing, like I do eventually plan to run this card with a 14900K anyway, but like the thing is I've been like putting off like live streaming like the modded card in action for like forever, and so today I was just like, screw it, let's just do it. Because like I'm really bad at getting anything done ever anyway, so it's like we can at least do a mediocre stream if we're not gonna get like, you know, you can do it badly if we can, like doing it badly is better than not doing it at all in my case. Because I'm very good at not doing things. Just thinking about doing things. Someone's 5090 just exploded on r/Nvidia? Really? I mean, we already had somebody recently have another one melt. But exploded? Wait, did Asus manage to install a capacitor backwards again? No, that looks like they installed it the right way around. That's super weird. Wait. Wait, no, wait. Wait. Wait, it might be backwards. Is it? Let's investigate. So, Anyway, switch back to Edge. So here's the exploded capacitor. Get a really good view of its internals over here. But is it backwards? Now, I am not sure. Ah, god damn it, that doesn't have capacitors. Oh, it's backward? Wait, no, it isn't. Not, wait. Oh, no, it isn't backwards. It would be really funny if it was backwards. But yeah, it's not. You can see the little white lines over here. I mean, I want to check if there's like another card from a different manufacturer that also has capacitors. It looks like everybody's just using ceramic. Yeah, and you can't... I mean, you can kind of see the markings, but not really. 5090 Founders Edition is unhelpful in this scenario. It would have been really, really funny if they put them backwards. Yeah, and on this card, I actually just can't tell. At all from the silk screening. Well, that's lame. Yeah, so I have absolutely no idea why that would happen. Well, okay, no. Like, theoretically, if, like, the capacitor had a bunch of humidity buildup in it, I guess, maybe. But, yeah, that doesn't really... You know what's funny? I bet the card... actually, okay, no. This is probably shorted out at this point, so it doesn't work. But I bet if you just remove the capacitor, it'll actually go back to working. Probably. So this to me, this isn't that big a deal. If I saw this on eBay, I'd be like, hell yeah, cheap 5090. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. People are willing to pay way too much money for broken cards on eBay. Yeah, it might just be a randomly, like, defective capacitor. Like, that's just, like, that's such a random failure. Like, I think that's the first time I've ever seen like, that type of capacitor blown up that way. Not the first time I've ever seen a, like... The thing is, I've usually seen, like, burnt tantalums. I've not seen, like, that's an aluminum polymer, and the side being blown off like that is, like, I've not seen that before. Especially on a low voltage one. Wait, no, not run again, you idiot. I want... I really need to eventually rerun this with the 14900K. Anyway, let's go for that 200 millivolt run. Actually, I want to try 205. There. Because I haven't tried that before. I tried 210, and I tried 200, but I haven't tried 205. Also, me messing around, like me checking out that 5090, like just let the card cool down. Is it safe to run BCLK 105? If it's not breaking anything, it should be, but like that's the issue with it, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if like BCLK could like slowly break an SSD. That would be my main concern with it. Oh wait, so saw the cap exposed. Wait, so it didn't necessarily explode. It might have just been chipped. Like physically damaged. I guess reading context would help. Yeah, so it might have just like gotten bashed or something. And the actually it won't even be coil whine, it might actually be the capacitor making the noise. Oh, hell, shut up. Because, yeah, with the layers exposed like that, they're, like, if they're not completely shorted out, they might just be vibrating. Oh no, the CPU tanked. The CPU is sabotaging my overall. But that is the highest GPU score I've gotten so far. And the GPU is running... This is actually not that hot right now. What if I gave it a little bit more? So I just looked up 9700X Wait, I'm gonna sort by... Where's the sort by CPU score option? Yeah, no. It's scoring properly for the frequencies I'm running it at. I don't feel like spending a bunch of time tuning the CPU. I haven't turned off VBS or the hypervisor. Probably should have, but couldn't be bothered. Like, if I do end up running this with a 14900K, I'll just run it on Windows 10. And with no internet and, like, without any monitoring software in the background. Yeah, so it does seem to be rolling over. Like, at this point, if I keep giving it more voltage, it actually seems to slow down. And I can't lower the offset anymore. Well, let's just do something silly. I'll just set this to like 300 and see if that does anything. I can't imagine it will, but we'll see, I guess. To get rid of the power limit, it's just the shunt mod. Like, I think at some point, if you, like, if I was on liquid nitrogen, I think I would eventually hit the TDC, which is the, like, current limit for the VRM. So the EVC2 would be needed for that. But on air cooling, it's just shunt mod. Because the TDC is set to, like, 330 amps on this card, and I don't, like, messing with the I-out gain hasn't done anything for scores yet. And Hardware Info hasn't reported a current draw above 299. So, yeah, it just doesn't seem to be pulling that much power. Or, like, that much current. Different from Nvidia in the sense that the score just goes up if you raise the core voltage. Like, just... Like, most of what I've been doing is just raising the core voltage. And that raises the score. Until you reach a point where it seems to be maxed out now. 47. So some Nvidia cards have like a secondary power limit that I think is like software estimate based instead of like relying on the shunt resistors. Like if you mod the shunts, then I think like you're probably running into the software limiting. It's not every card, but I have heard of people running into that. Like they shunt mod a card and it would just somehow still have a power reading. Because the funny thing is, if you look at the super low end Nvidia GPUs, those don't even have shunts, right? Like a 4060 doesn't have shunt resistors at all. They're just not there. So then it's like, well, how does the 4060 have a power limit then? Well, magic, I guess. Well, yeah, so like here's the Asus RTX 4060 Dual, right? And no shunt. Pads for a shunt, but no actual shunt. Right? And by the power connector, it's the same thing. There's pads for a shunt, but there isn't a shunt resistor. And even like looking around the board, I can't find like this is a UP, this is a voltage controller. And I just straight up can't, like, I can't even see the footprint for an NCP 45491 or a 45492. So it's like, so how does this have a power limit? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so you could, like, this is where, like, the shunt monitoring chip would go, probably. But there isn't one. It's just like, how does this have a power limit? Nvidia magic. Oh, there we go. Even higher score. Almost over 29K. I mean, like, this is just mostly the CPU, but I think this is the highest GPU score so far. I'm trying to think what to do next, because like if I touch the offset slider, it's just gonna crash. If I touch the memory slider, it's gonna slow down or crash. If I reduce the V droop, I imagine it's just gonna slow down. Because it's gonna do I think it'll probably end up doing the same thing that it does when I give it more voltage at this point. But you know what? I'll lower the V droop by like a smidge, and let's see what that does. 9800X 3D max score is 15272. Probably because my 9700X is clocked higher and my memory settings are better than yours. If you haven't tweaked your memory, it's partially because memory settings. Though I don't think you'd be getting 15272 without tweaking the memory, but I'm not 100% certain. 3D Mark TimeSpice CPU test is super memory bottlenecked. Like, I even showed in a really recent video that, like, tuning from, like, Expo to, like, some slightly better timings is, like, plus 10% more CPU score. You're going to try an XT BIOS on a non-XT? No, mostly because I don't need to. How much was the 9070? 600 quid. Unless you're asking about the stock score, which was 26,765 points GPU. Well, the thing is, these cards are supposed to be 500-ish, but all the cheaper models sold out. Like I think the cheapest 9070 I saw was like 539, but it sold out before I managed to buy one. So, and mine doesn't even have RGB. So I paid a bunch of extra money and I didn't even get stupid RGB. Huh, okay, so that didn't do anything. Yeah, so it seems like I really have just hit an absolute wall at this point for performance. Let's try more voltage and more V-droop. But I don't think this is going anywhere at this point. Funnily enough, we're not even above 105 degrees on the hotspot. So, like, it's not running, like, super hot or anything. I think the boost algorithm has just decided that, like, this is enough. And it doesn't want to go any higher. I'd pay extra for no RGB. That's weird. Oh, I did increase the V-droop. So I guess... no, I didn't increase it that much. I only raised it by another 2.34%. So, like... What scope is that? That is a Rigol HDO 1104. Your score is still not showing up? Yeah, that's weird. Would colder... I think colder would help. Like, my guess is if the card was colder, it would just boost more on its own. Right? Because that's just how AMD GPUs do now. You raise the voltage, more boost. Lower temperatures, more boost. It kind of takes the overclocking out of the overclocking, and it just turns it into GPU power delivery and cooling. Because if I remember correctly, Vega does just, like, naturally... Like, because this seems like the same thing Vega does, right? But Vega also did, like, just boosts higher on liquid nitrogen. Even at, like, the same everything. It just runs higher clocks on LN2 than it does on air cooling without you even really changing anything. Though I'd imagine this does the same thing. No, HDO 1104. Though there is like like a like a more yeah, there's like a cheaper version of the 12-bit scopes from Rigol now, but I don't remember what the name is. Oh, I guess the HDO just got completely replaced by the DHO. I'm honestly kind of annoyed that I like bought the Wait, no, the DHO is like the same price that I was paying for the HDO. So I guess they just changed model numbers. But mine really does say HDO on the like sticker. So, yeah, but the DHO is I guess the new version of that. Anyway, so yeah, evidently now it just doesn't want to boost more. I think. I mean, I'll give it a little bit more voltage, but I'm pretty sure it's just not going to get any better at this point. LaCroix has HDO scopes as well. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I feel like there was already an HDO series before, like, because like HDO is like not really that creative a name, right? Because it's literally just high definition oscilloscope, and it's like, well, everybody's gonna come up with that. I'm not saying they should be more creative with their names. I'm just like, yeah, that's not too surprising that apparently another manufacturer has the same name now for their products. Should rebrand from HDO to Max. There should be an oscilloscope that's called the 091104X to match CPU naming conventions. And it should be a lowercase o. Actually, I guess if it was to follow CPU naming conventions, we could even stop putting the channel count at the very end, and it should be like the 0911-400X. And then the two-channel version could be the 0911-200X. Yeah, see, the score just doesn't go up at this point. Even if I give it more voltage. So I think the boost algorithm has just come to the conclusion that this is it. No more. No more boost. Well, let's try some of the other 3D marks. Actually, I'm not sure. Like, that might still be too high for Speedway and stuff, so... Nah, if I touch the memories, like, the mem is maxed. The mem is very, very easy to tell when it's maxed. And it is very much maxed. Thing is, I don't see a 3D mark running. Damn it, am I gonna have to restart? I mean, that shouldn't cause any issues, because, I don't think a restart is gonna reset the voltage controller. How does score compared to other people? I'm like 10% ahead of basically everyone on GPU score. And then for overall score, I'm like not doing that great because the CPU I'm using is too slow. Because I was too lazy to swap platforms. I sleep through the day. I'm gonna go to bed at like, in like 3 hours probably. Okay, yeah, the voltage controller didn't reset at all, so that's good. Yeah, I'm fully aware that the 14900K, 13900K are wildly OP for Time Spy. Which I find extremely weird because on Ryzen CPUs, like, if you don't turn off SMT on the, like, 1216 core, it, like, tanks the performance. But then, like, on the Intel chips, you actually want all the E-cores turned on? And it's like, what? Why? Stupid Intel-biased benchmark? Wait, I don't have Steel Nomad. Do you need to buy it? Oh, it's free. Then, like, why isn't it just installed if it's free? Like, come on. Oh, no. $285K does $28K easy? Yeah, but I don't have a $285K, so, like... No, that's not core-to-core latency. It's like a... Like, I'm pretty sure it's just memory bandwidth. And the fact that, like, TimeSpy isn't actually that multi-threaded. Like, I'm pretty sure it only has 16 threads. Anyway, so I can't get Steel Nomad working right now. So instead, we're going to run Port Royal. I sure do hope that we are on sensible settings, or this is going to crash super fast and super hard. I wonder how much power this is going to pull. And it pulls silly power in RT. I don't know. I haven't really been running Port Royal very much. I guess we'll find out. Because with the settings we're running right now, like, Time Spy was pulling like 700 watts. So if this pulls more than that... Why is the voltage so low? Okay, I think I'm gonna have to reset everything. Because, this doesn't make any sense to me. So, the BIOS on GPUs only gets read during boot up. Like, once you're in Windows, the BIOS is no longer... Like, the BIOS chip itself isn't doing anything. And the BIOS itself is basically just a config file, so it doesn't really have a mind to lose. Everything weird the GPU does after the driver starts running is entirely the driver's fault. I think that's actually a pretty high score for these, though. What do you mean hardware monitoring was disabled? Well, then go... Wait, what is that? Oh, yeah, so I just blew that away. But that didn't seem to be running right. Like, at all. Yeah, so now it's running at much higher voltage. And pulling way more power. So does the Does the offset slider actually lower the because in like Time Spy it doesn't really lower the operating voltage that much. But if it lowers the operating voltage that much, like the concern I have is like I don't want to set a 300 millivolt offset on the EVC2. Cuz like if the card crashes, it's going to end up at like 1.3 volts, which I don't think is ideal. Does Vmax just limit the voltage, or does it, like, shut down? Oh, and the score just went up. Damn, these cards are weird. Caps the output voltage. Okay. So I guess I'll try that. I'm using the EVC2 from Elmore Labs. So that is so weird. Because for, like, regular raster workloads, the, like, voltage offset doesn't really affect the operating voltage much at all. And then for freaking Port Royal, it basically acts like a straight voltage offset. Like, what? I might just lower the V droop instead of, like, raising the vid offset. Because, like, technically, like, the card's default V droop is 54%, so... Have you populated more capacitors? Yes. And it basically seems to have made the, like... It basically seems to have made it possible to run, like, minus 15 millivolts more on the offset slider. Is that Elmore Labs in the chat? Yes, it is. Also, his channel has some pretty cool videos, if I remember correctly. And I think you can just go to his channel from his username. Oh, wait, no, this is a different account. Oh, I guess it's the Elmore Labs channel, then. And the score went down. So that is super weird. Okay, let's see. So if I drop this to, I don't know, let's say 64%. Man, these cards are, like, kinda cursed. Okay, so score goes up with voltage, but score goes down with undervolt slider. Dude, what the hell? Like, why can't they just... Okay, that is 54.688. So now we're back on stock V-droop. Oh, the voltage regulation is going to be horrendous. Going for 20K? Of course. Hell, I'm, like, leaning... Well... 21K might be possible. Going for 100 FPS? Not so much. I think this run right here is already going to get 20K. What are your shader clocks? I have no idea. I just kind of don't... Like, with most modern GPUs, I find that looking at the core clock readouts in your software is not really that informative as to what the GPU is actually doing. And that's been the case since, like, Nvidia 900 series. Like, I have a video demonstrating how, like, I think 1500 core on a 980 Ti is actually faster than 1550 core, depending on what core voltage you're running. And, like, this is... Though, I don't think this is quite as bad, but the thing is, like, the core frequency might be changing faster than the software can track. How what? The 980 Ti or the power consumption? Oh, the power consumption? Well, it's the whole system. Like, when I was running TimeSpy, the card was pulling, like, the system was pulling over 700 watts. Most of that would have been the GPU. There's actually a decent chance we hit 500 watts of GPU power draw during this stream. Hey, see, we just blew right past 20K. So, but the voltage regulation is already getting kind of stupid. So, man, so Port Royal is like a workout for this card. Actually, I wonder... Wait, I do have the... Oh, I have this set really low. I don't remember what the correct value was. Okay, we're gonna shut down completely, let the voltage controller reset, and then, like, go from there. Because with TimeSpy, like, it wasn't... Like, things weren't looking super sketchy, but with Port Royal, like, this is very weird. And I don't feel like turning a 9070 into a paperweight just yet. What driver are you running? I have no idea. Oh, yeah, so 1424. Because I want to see what kind of current draw we're getting, like, reported. Okay. In hardware info, and I can't do that if the I out gain is, like, set to not be correct. Because, like, Port Royal seems to be, like, based on how much peak to peak there is, it seems to be pulling, like, an incredible amount of current. So I want to know what's going on with that. Yeah, Port Royal is like 3D Mark's first ray tracing test. Well, I didn't have a stock run of Port Royal, so I don't know. But Time Spy, I started at like around 29,000-ish, but you have to keep in mind my card doesn't have a power limit at all. So there isn't really a stock for it, because like a stock 9070 has a power limit. Mine doesn't. Okay, we're just gonna go straight into Port Royal. Oh, I have Steel Nomad now. Lovely. But I want to figure out Port Royal. Core clock slider gets fixed. I am not convinced that the core clock slider is broken. To me, it seems that the core clock slider doesn't do anything because the cards aren't... Like, the card will clock higher if you feed it more voltage. The card will clock higher if you cool it enough. The stock voltage range that you get from the factory is not high enough to max out the core clock. So the max core clock slider doesn't do anything because the card doesn't hit the core clock limit. Wait, what? How is it running? This can't be right? Like, it can't be running frickin' 0.9. It's not even pulling any power. This just looks bugged. Well, the voltage is low, so of course the power consumption is low. What frequency is it running at? I don't know. For the 9070, according to hardware info, it's 3400, and I've managed to get the reported clock a little bit above that, but effective frequency never went above 3400. But I also got to the point where, like, raising the voltage wasn't even boosting, like, was actually starting to lower the performance, so I think the card was just, like, completely maxed at that point. Yeah, but I don't know if 83 FPS is, like, correct for this card. Well... Okay, so reported max current draw was 190 amps. Yeah, so that's nothing. Huh. Uh-huh. I mean, we are at minus 100. Wait, so what if I... Is it gonna score better on 0? Boy, these cards are weird. The thing is, I'm kind of wondering if, like, it scores better on 0, but if you're at minus 100 and then plus 100 with the EVC2, if that isn't better than 0, is what I'm wondering. Right? Like, if you offset by minus 100 in, like, the AMD driver, and then offset by plus 100 on the voltage controller, like, is that going to just perform better? And Port Royal is long and boring. I mean, if, like, not, like, because the thing is, like, for Time Spy, the offset very clearly, like, shifts the entire frequency curve around. But here, it's not shifting the frequency curve around. It's literally just slowing the GPU down, which is stupid. But, like, well, actually, I don't know. It might be shifting the frequency curve, but it's, like, shifting the voltage more, and it's slowing the GPU down. Yeah, it's just a big stupid. Okay, let's give it plus 50. Actually, it's more like plus 45, but... Okay, I think the offset might still be shifting the frequency curve around, but it's also, like, messing with the voltage a bunch, which is really stupid. Why is AMD like this? Like, I swear, their actual boost algorithm is, like, a big pile, like, for the GPUs, it's a big pile of spaghetti code. Because, like, I don't understand how it behaves like this. I don't think this is AI. I think this is a very, very convoluted set of lookup tables. What locked voltage would do to the boost algorithm? Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. I don't think e-powering a modern AMD GPU is actually that impossible. The main issue is you need to somehow, like, convince the driver that it isn't e-powered. Okay, let's try plus 100, because, like, the voltage didn't actually go up that much. Like, I was expecting to be at 1 volt, and we were at, what, like, 0.96? Are you interested in the XT BIOS flash? No, because I don't need it. Also, right now, the main issue I see with it is that you can't, like, you need an external flash tool for it. So until there's, like, a software way of doing it, it's not even convenient. Right? So, yeah, that is super weird. Like, I raised the offset by, like, 100, like, we went from plus 50, like, from 50 millivolts offset to 100 millivolts offset, and the actual operating voltage went up by 25 millivolts. There's, like, a freaking divide by 2 in there somewhere. And it's not like it's, like, I don't even, well, we'll check how much current it's pulling right now that it's almost at 1 volt. I kind of wish I had an unmodified card to compare against. Um, but the GPU is reading correct voltage from SVI 3 when the offset is on? I think it probably is. Like, we could check in hardware info with, like, GPU Z or something. Like, if we ran TimeSpy right now, we'd be at, like, 1.08 volts or something. And like, I don't know, maybe Port Royal just has a permanent minus 100 millivolt offset. At, like, the driver level, where it's like, oh, you're running a lot of ray tracing, minus 100 millivolts. Oh yeah, so if I run GPU Z right now, so scope says 836, and yeah, it's correct. Yep. Anyway, let's try run Port Royal as plus 150. What a cursed benchmark. What a just incredibly cursed, like, behavior. Mind you, the peak clock so far... Oh, actually, that might be from GPUs. Well, no, GPUs shouldn't have hit max boost. You know, if this kind of behavior is not just present, like if what Port Royal is doing is also true in games, AMD could potentially squeeze out a little bit more performance by just patching whatever the hell this is. Like, they could actually improve gaming performance by just getting rid of whatever the hell this is. It's like, GPU when ray tracing, slow down. It's like, could you not? Like, it's not like it's pulling crazy power or anything. Right? Like, I was running Time Spy at freaking 700 watts. And Port Royal is like I'm at like similar voltage offsets with less V droop. And it's running like 200 watts less power. Dear AMD, have you considered having the GPU not slow down when running ray tracing workloads? I should like actually just like write some text that I am not like that the card isn't BIOS flashed. I might test it when like a software flash tool becomes available. This is just stupid. This is just completely stupid. Okay, we're just gonna go straight to plus 200 because like it's not. I guess it is pulling kind of a lot of current because it maxed out at 272 amps. So maybe that's why the voltage is so low. We might hit TDC now. Like an AVX 512 offset. Well, the fact that it doesn't seem to actually be pulling that much power. Right? Like when an Intel CPU runs AVX 512 code, it runs so incredibly freaking hot that it's like, oh yeah, it makes perfect sense why it downclocks. Because even if you try to manually overclock the CPU and then run AVX 512, like you could just see that, oh my god, this is like everything's on fire. This is not on fire. Right? Like this is nowhere near being on fire yet. Okay, actually now it's kind of getting there, but we're at like 200 millivolts more than what the card would run on its own. Okay, we're not at like 200. We're at like 100 millivolts more than what the card would run on its own. The peak to peak is getting kind of crazy though. We're all the way up at like 450. And that's after I added a bunch of extra capacitors. Like without those capacitors, this would almost certainly be above 500 peak to peak. I really wish I had an unmodified card right now. Oh, there we go. Now it hit 700. Okay, so now we've reached like the Time Spy levels of power consumption. Again, that is total system power draw. I'm interested in seeing what kind of temperature it maxed out at after this run. It maxed out at 102.5 degrees. We got over 20,000 points. Reported max clock is 3,397. Though obviously I don't know like what it was running throughout most of the run. TimeSpy says it was running 360-ish. I don't know how accurate that is though. Okay, what if we raise that? Is it just gonna crash now? Oh, also, max current draw was 298 amps according to hardware info, so that's actually in line with TimeSpy. Though admittedly, we are hitting that at somewhat lower voltages. The thing is, the frequency slider in the AMD driver is not a frequency offset. It's a frequency cap. That's the thing I think a lot of people aren't getting about it. It's like it doesn't do anything because you're not hitting it. I'm pretty sure my Port Royals are going up, aren't they? Yeah. My Port Royal scores are up on the leaderboards. I have the top 5 right now. Some people are going to be very upset when I take the entire top 10. It's not even intentional. I'm just because like I'm hooked up to the internet, so it's automatically uploading every single one of them. Can you convert a 5090 to 3x8 pin? How clean do you want that conversion to look? Okay, so raising the max frequency thing doesn't seem to have done much of anything, though now my max GPU clock in hardware info says 3410 instead of 3397. But yeah, the score hasn't really changed. That's not too surprising. I mean, we're still not hitting the TDC, so 0.215? I am mildly concerned at this point. Time Spy, yeah, Time Spy, I guess, like, just derped out. Nah, for some reason my Time Spy scores didn't want to go up. I might have to rerun them. Oh well, when I rerun them, I'll rerun them with a proper CPU. An Intel CPU. Man, why does sysinfo take so long on Ryzen systems? $99.50X. Yeah, unfortunately, Time Spy hates basically all Ryzen CPUs. The last time Ryzen was good for Time Spy was the 5950X. That was viable. It wasn't the I don't actually for a little bit I think it was the no, I think a 7980XE was like kind of better, very slightly. Yeah, I think, well, I think it depended if you were on liquid nitrogen or not. On ambient, like the 5950X was pretty strong for Time Spy, but the problem is that Time Spy actually uses a decent amount of memory bandwidth. And AMD has basically not done anything for memory bandwidth since the 5950X. Like, this 9950X has basically the same maximum memory bandwidth as a 5950X. And so when you run Time Spy on it, it gets basically the same CPU score. It's actually kind of pathetic. Like, you can push a 5950X to get around 17,000 points in Time Spy. And I think a 9950X is like maximum 19,000 points, which is like super lame because Intel CPUs can get way over 20,000 because Intel CPUs don't have one giant memory bottleneck for an interconnect. Oh, that's another top score. So I'm kind of wondering, like, is this just gonna this is just gonna tank the score, isn't it? Also, max GPU temp at this point is 106.6. Though what I'm wondering is, like, if minus 50, and then if I bump the voltage offset on the EVC2 up again, is that gonna... Because the thing I'm wondering about is, like, because in Time Spy, that slider just shifts the frequency curve to lower voltage points, right? And then you ramp the voltage up so that it runs at a higher frequency. Or like it runs at an even higher frequency because it already ramps the frequency up a bit on its own, but like if you just force the voltage up, it actually runs at even higher frequencies. But like, so I'm wondering if Port Royal has like both of those effects, but the like voltage offset is overriding the frequency boost. Which is really stupid if it is. But that would be peak AMD right there. Have you considered having not incredibly clunky boost algorithms? 5950X gets rolled by 12900K? Yeah, it does. Because like the 12900K is basically like the predecessor of the 13900K. Seven 950X, I do 21 point. Oh, I might be misremembering then. It's like yeah, I might be getting that mixed up. Yeah, I guess it's over 20K for Ryzen 9000 then. It's like I just don't bother running the 9950X in Time Spy, so yeah, I kind of don't know. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure I did run the 9950X in Time Spy, and the score was just so bad that I forgot what it is. So I'm making it sound worse than it is. Oh, now it went up. Well, this is so cursed. What? Top 6? I'm pretty sure at this point I'm top 7. Oh, I'm not yet. Yeah, so I think this is actually going to score worse, but then if we shove more voltage into it again... This is so stupid. Like, the Time Spy behavior is inconvenient, but at least it makes sense. This right here doesn't make sense. Because it's like, without the, like, massive amount of extra voltage, if you just lower the offset, it, like, gets worse. But with a bunch of extra voltage, lowering the offset actually gets a bit better. But, like... Like, it's cursed, but at least it seems to be mostly predictable. So I don't really mind that much. The main issue I see with this is if you're tuning your system for, like, day-to-day usage, this is really stupid. Because, like, if games do the same thing Port Royal does, then, like, tuning your GPU for one game would actually make your GPU slower in a different game. Which is just, like, not good. Actually, it could even be to the extent that, like, you might get more performance in Cyberpunk as long as you don't turn on ray tracing. And then if you turn on ray tracing, the performance gets worse. Anyway, so that did lower the score. So now we're going to bring the voltage back up again. And see if we get an even higher score. Right? That's how it works, AMD, right? $255, oh my, yeah, I know. The GPU is at 24 degrees Celsius right now. So now I'm top 7. The worst part is like if I take up the top 10, the only way anybody's going to be able to get into it is if they also mod their GPU. I don't think you can bin in, like, I don't think you could like Silicon Lottery your way ahead of me. Man, the peak-to-peak in Port Royal is horrifying to look at, though. And that's after a cap mod. Like, we're at lower average voltage than Time Spy, and it's getting more peak-to-peak. Like, way more peak-to-peak. And it's actually getting lower minimums as well, I think. So it's like there's more undershoot. It's not just like heaps and heaps of overshoot, though there's lots of that too. Alright, 20.5K. We've now reached over 300 amps of current draw, according to hardware info. Oh, I'm grabbing the wrong mouse. Let's try minus 125. Hotspot still hasn't gone above 106.6. So this, I think, is going to be lower again. Huh, and it crashed. Okay, so the voltage offset definitely moves the frequency curve, and right now we're at like super high voltage while sitting on desktop. That is very weird. Also, the driver didn't like detect that crash. That's fun. Kind of clicked on something, and I don't know what. And I'd like to know what. Okay, I guess it didn't matter. We're apparently at 34... We're apparently at this frequency right now. Wait. So I've somehow managed to glitch the GPU into staying at, like, max boost right now. I was really hoping that would raise the frequency. Okay, well, let's see what happens if I press run again right now. I should probably have an Alt F4 queued up. Oh, it just crashed? Okay, so now it's completely buggered. Okay, cool. So we're just going to do a nice quick restart. I'm kind of wishing I had a triple 8-pin card around right about now. Okay, let's see. Did my GPU settings get completely wiped? No. Well, let's go Port Royal. What? No, this is a dual 8-pin. Actually, it's not even so much that I want the extra power connector, I just want the bigger VRM. The poor little 4-phase is getting really put through its paces. What is the max power draw? Whatever the hell I feel like. Because I don't have a power limit. Yo, why is the voltage so low? We're at plus 265 and it's at 980? What? Eight-pin cable? Well, the cable itself doesn't. Yeah, no. The power limit for the power connectors is enforced by the GPU. I guess technically you can find some power supplies that'll implement a per cable power limit, but those are kind of rare, and the power supply I'm using here is definitely not one of those. Yeah, this looks like I'm going to have to reset everything. Power down, power on again. Bro, I am going to set a minus 30 offset. And show you how, like, the main concern I have right now is if, like, I have such a high voltage offset here. So no, we're first I'm gonna power down the system so that the voltage regulator resets. And then I'm going to take the record in 3D Mark Port Royal with an RX 9070 with my power limit set to minus 30. Just to stunt on all the normies with their cards that have power limits. It'd be kind of funny if 3D Mark could actually report what kind of like software settings you're running, because mine would just make 0 sense. Like if anybody copied them, the score wouldn't be anywhere near mine. Um, Time Spy requires good memory settings for the CPU test. So if you have bad memory settings, you're going to get a bad score. Okay, now the voltage is even lower than ever before. I'm starting to really think that there's like something weird going on with the driver and Port Royal. 'Cause like, what is this? Like, you know how earlier in the stream I mentioned how some Nvidia cards have like a software estimate of the power limit instead of actually measuring it? I wonder if that's what's going on here. No, that doesn't make sense because I had the card pulling like 700 watts. So like, if there was a power limit, I would have hit it. The hell is this then? Like now you know what? Yeah, we're gonna test plus 10% power limit because like, if it raises voltage, I am gonna be so confused. Because yeah, this is slower. There's no way. There's no way this is gonna. It's going to boost the performance, isn't it? Or it's back in that state, like, remember how earlier in the stream with Time Spy, it would, like, sometimes randomly run at, like, way lower voltage than it, like, normally did? I wonder if that's going on again, except this is, like, an extreme version of that. No, it's now running at even lower voltage. No, it's running at the same voltage. Dude, this is so cursed. Oh, is it so cursed? Okay, so the power limit slider doesn't do anything, but apparently the GPU can just randomly decide to run like 10% slower for no apparent reason. Why? What even is this? Who wrote this software? Okay, I have a plan. I am going to crash the card on purpose, and that'll hopefully like reset AMD's insane driver. Like, how does AMD keep making stuff like this? Like like in the past, my biggest complaint for AMD GPUs was that they would sometimes refuse to recognize Minecraft as a video game, and it would run. Wait, it's just not gonna crash now, is it? Because even times, dude, everything is broken. What the hell? AMD, why you do me like this? It is like actually completely bugged out. That is amazing. I've never seen that before. Like, I've seen all kinds of power management bugs on AMD GPUs, but I've never seen anything quite like this, where the GPU just like decides that it's like some uber efficiency mode and it just doesn't boost. I think this is like AMD, like this is like driver reinstall territory. Because I just don't know what else to do at this point. Nope. Well, this is just the. Damn it, I'm gonna have to get DDU. Do I not have DDU on here? No, I do have DDU. Wait, what? Why extract? Isn't it already extracted? The hell? Yeah, whatever. Oh. Okay, so this is the right version. No. Whatever. GPU, AMD, clean and restart. I'm assuming it's working because I clicked clean and restart and it hasn't restarted, so. This would not be the first time I had to reinstall a bench OS because of AMD drivers. I mean, it didn't have to, but that was like the easiest option instead of trying to figure out what the hell it is that like broke. So what has happened so far? I got the top score for Port Royal. I got this well, I have the highest GPU score in Time Spy. By a very large margin. But I also seem to have completely broken the AMD GPU drivers. So I am trying to now unbreak them. Man, I know it thinks the capture card is 4K, but like, what do you mean, oops, something went wrong? Oh, right. Wait, did DDU not disable the automatic driver updates? Because it should have done that. Yeah, it didn't disable the automatic driver updates. Okay, well, hopefully Windows didn't install some stupid driver. You didn't? Yeah, evidently I didn't, but like, the last time I remember using DDU, it like prompted you when you press the, when I think it prompted you to do that when like you first open it. So I just figured like, oh yeah, I must have already done that, but apparently I haven't, so here we are. Yeah, it didn't used to be a checkbox. It used to just be a prompt that you would get when you first run DDU. Hmm. Actually, I don't think it was even a prompt. I think it like just straight up told you like, "Oh, we disabled automatic driver updates." And I'm like, "Sure, cool." Never needed those anyway. Oh well, whatever. Worst case scenario, this OS is getting nuked a little bit sooner rather than later. Though it might end the stream because I don't feel like reinstalling Windows on stream. Especially since I've been streaming for like 6.5 hours now. Are you... Nope, that was not it. There is no Radeon software. God damn it. Why? Okay, you know what? I guess that'll be the end of the stream for today. Because I don't feel like dealing with Windows being Windows. But man, like that freaking voltage behavior on this card is so weird in Port Royal. So freaking weird. If you need board views, oh wait, you mean like an actual board view, not just schematics. Yeah, I can't help you with that. If you just need schematics, there's a Discord called Learn Electronics Repair, and they tend to have a lot of random GPUs. But yeah, that voltage behavior is just bizarre. Wait, but like it said it reinstalled. You know, I'm kind of wondering, like, did whatever drivers that Microsoft installed, do they actually work with 3D Mark, or is it just like basic display drivers? Well, it looks like it might work. I mean, I have a run button, so I guess it has to run. Probably outdated stable version. Well, we'll see, I guess. Max frequency, I think it peaked at like 3420 something. My best Port Royal run reports 3406 with an average of 3392. Is this supposed to take this long to load, or is it just broken? I know, but I'm used to 3D Marks like Firestrike, which, you know, doesn't do, like, you don't have to wait for it that long. Like, the main thing I'm wondering right now is, like, is the voltage behavior back to normal or not? Which, actually, Speedway is probably not the best test for that, because I've never run Speedway before. Or, I've run Speedway, like, once, and I don't think I actually paid much attention to the scope. So, you know what? We're gonna run Time Spy, because Time Spy is best. I guess I could have turned off system info so that it would start a little bit faster. Well, that's concerning. I'm starting to suspect that whatever drivers Microsoft installed may or may not necessarily support the 9070 at all. You have coil wine? No. Card's been really quiet. I actually trust Microsoft? No, but like since they already installed something, I'd like to know if they installed anything good. Evidently not. It was probably iGPU drivers. You know, you might have a point. Because this is a Ryzen CPU with an iGPU. So it was probably the iGPU drivers. That would explain many things. Oh boy, we're now... Oh, there we go. Yep, so... Lovely. Okay, well, I don't feel like dealing with this anymore right now. I don't know when I'm going to deal with it more. Especially since I really like if I'm going to be running more Time Spy, I should really pull out the 14900K. Or the 13900 KS. Or like one of the i9s. They're like, man, that freaking voltage behavior in Port Royal is so weird. I really, like, yeah, now I really wish I had like a stock card to that, like, a card that I literally will just not modify so that I have like a reference point of like what things are supposed to look like. Because, yeah, this is super weird. Anyway, that'll be it for the stream. So, thanks for watching. If you'd like to support the channel, there are links in the description you could check out. That would be very much appreciated. And that's it. So, yeah. Thanks for watching and goodbye.